You know, we're basically the same. Sean rated Hassan, and some of us thought it was you. I guess that's fair.
To one recent poll, 61% of registered voters oppose getting rid of the department. And this is, it's been argued that getting it passed by Congress does seem like a real stretch. And so
also, if you're wondering what clip went off, does anybody have the clip that went off on me on Twitter? I don't even remember who posted it, but I did see it. It was posted in Hassan's like community. Also, you guys see that Twitter changed communities? So anybody can reply and post. I can't find it, but it was there. Oh, okay. Like, to be okay, that's fair. It did go off. It was Yeet the Rich. It's almost 10,000 likes. That's kind of crazy. Like 8.5 thousand likes.
You pants? You want this jacket?
You've given me enough already.
No. Here you go.
Oh, that is so generous. You're gonna make me cry.
No.
I was also, wait, okay, this one. I did see this one as well. The person who posted it reached out. I was like, yo, if you get hate, let me know, and I'll take it down. I had like 200 upvotes when I last saw it.
No. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
Shout out to whoever told me to put my WL banner on the freaking clips or on my stream.
And everybody
Like,
just love.
legitimately, you have Hassan giving.
You've given me enough already.
No. Here you go.
Oh, that is so generous. You're gonna make me cry.
No. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. And everybody
Like,
just love.
legitimately, you have Hassan giving the clothes off his back. The clothes off his back. He's like, you could have this because I don't like. And you have Ethan screaming about how Hassan loves terrorism. Come on, bro. Come on. You cannot craft a more insane like narrative. This was like yesterday or 2 days ago. It's pretty recent. Oh, unless you mean this stream, Hassan's stream was, I think, early January, where he went to Skid Row, talked to some unhoused people with Water Drop LA. But this wasn't UCLA protest. That's a different one. December 28th. Okay, thank you. And H3 Cole was saying he only donated a Teddy Fresh back at Ethan, so disingenuous. Yeah. Like, last I checked, this is not a Teddy Fresh jacket. But yeah, that's the clip. 8.5K likes is crazy though. I'll retweet it. And then also there's this one as well. Shannon Black rips into Ethan for demanding accountability from everyone else, but never taking it himself. I saw this clip. I didn't even remember it because it's old, from October 24th or October 2024. And why people are going through her clips and clipping stuff from her streams, posting on Twitter. Yeah, my volume's kind of low. Try to get her banned. And where did that come from again? Destiny subreddit. I don't know. It's very interesting that all these things happen to line up exactly right, and Ethan had nothing to do with it, of course. He can never take what he says is accountability. He claims that he needs accountability from Hassan for Frogan or Hassan for the Yemeni kid or whatever. But no, never any accountability for Ethan. It's accountability for thee and not for me. I could do nothing wrong. Me? No, nothing. When I mobilize my multi-million follower audience against smaller creators and gets them banned and cheers.
You've given me enough already.
No. Here you go.
Is it on? Nah, that's not me. It's never me. I could do no wrong. Of course not. I could never defend an apartheid regime. I've defended Palestinian rights 3 years ago. What? You think that I'm running defense for Israel? What? No. I defended Palestinian rights 3 years ago. You think that I'm sending hate to Frogan? What? No. It's not me. It's other things. It's definitely not me. I never have any accountability for the things that I say. I have a multi-million follower audience. I used to be racist. Well, that was in the past, and I definitely apologize for it. I've changed now. But honestly, I have not changed at all because there's never any accountability for me. Like, come on. Let's be real. Come on. Come on. The person that never faces any accountability is this lunatic right here. This loser. Never any accountability for his racist past. He's been forgiven by that, and we're all supposed to move on from it. Never any accountability for the blackface he did or him saying the N-word. He gets just to move on from it because, oh, he's a progressive now. Never any accountability for his racism against, Muslim people, his Islamophobia, or his racism against Arabs. You know what I mean? He's just calling out anti-Semitism. He can call for them to be banned, but he never has to take advantage or take any responsibility for the hate that they get. There's never any accountability for him. Never any accountability for the massive campaign against people currently right now against Hassan or against Frogan or Capri or other Arabs calling for them to get banned. Oh no, it's not him. He's small bean. Never any accountability. None. At all. He gets to do whatever he wants to do. He gets to do whatever he gets to be like, yeah, I can do this and do that. And there's never any ramifications for it because, oh, it's not him. It's not my fault. And the worst part is there's never any accountability for his goddamn god-awful comedy. You're not a comedian. You're not funny. You suck. You're a loser. You're a loser. You are a loser. You are a blight. Not only on the platform that you exist on, but the place in which you occupy. You are worthless. You are nothing. Nothing. Again, collective intelligence being brought down. But no, never any accountability. None at all.
This is a 5-minute clip. How much longer do I go on for? Jeez Louise. Here, I'll be right back.
None at all. Absolutely worthless. Worthless human being. Worthless human being. And he gets to try to hide behind, oh, I'm small bean. I'm small bean. It wasn't me. I wasn't directing hate towards Frogan, but I will take, I will take that as responsibility for that. Yeah, guys, that was me. Good to Frogan got deplatformed. It wasn't me though. Actually, it wasn't me. I didn't. It wasn't my fault. It was actually everybody else yelling at Frogan. Even though I put a direct, spotlight on Frogan specifically because Frogan was like, lol, Ethan unfollowed me. I've been doing a targeted harassment campaign against a Muslim hijabi woman for the last 10 months, even though there's a genocide going on in Gaza that I'm justifying because she said, lol, Ethan unfollowed me. That's it. That's all. And I'm so mad. I'm so mad that Hassan completely destroyed me in a debate that he wasn't even having, even though there's a conversation, that I will now do everything in my power to go after not only Hassan, but everybody that he knows because I am just insecure in my own abilities. That's it. That's all. That's it. You're just mad that Hassan rocked you in your last conversation about for leftovers, and you're taking that out on everybody. And that's it. And you cannot, in your mind, see Palestinians as human beings because you are a racist. That's it. That's all. JCW M2, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
It goes on for another minute. We'll call it here though. Good rant. I need to get some water too. You know what? Okay, we're not calling you there. Continue. Keep going, Ochan.
He didn't always be remembered as for weaponizing false allegations of anti-Semitism to silence pro-Palestinian voices in the middle of a fucking genocide.
it's the same playbook used time and time again to smear people like even AOC. He knows exactly what he's doing. Yes. He knows exactly what he's doing. And he thinks he can just skirt by it by being like, it's not me. It's not me. Sure. Sure, it's not you. Sure. This is your legacy. This is what you're going to be remembered as. Not as a, freaking unfunny comedian who wears costumes on their lame podcasts or whatever. But as a genocide supporting, terrorist state defending loser. So fuck you.
That wasn't very nice.
You deserve the worst. Let's continue.
Actually, when I heard of genocide supporters' feelings, Ashton had hands. Yeah, I've been declawed like a cat. I've been neutered. This guy is not like Ethan. I'm not clear on why. Anyway, that's probably what did it. Got a lot of well, I got some hate as well. Like people were going to my Instagram, my DMs, just dropping replies, and my YouTube, saying that I'm washed and I felled off. Yeah, let's continue with this video.
With that, we're seeing people like Michael Petrilli, the head of a conservative think tank, saying, as with a lot of Trump's actions, it may be about testing the limits of presidential power. With them also pointing to the way that Trump has effectively shut down much of U.S. aid without congressional approval and adding there. He can't do this on his own. He can't actually dismantle the Department of Education, but boy, everything feels up in the air right now. It's been a disorienting couple of days, so who knows? And with that, you have some Trump supporters suggesting he should take action with.
You see that I never claimed to be a comedian from Ethan? I did not. I saw the clip title, but I was just like, okay, sure, dude.
With or without congressional backing. Or you got people like Jonathan Butcher, a researcher from the Heritage Foundation, which is behind.
I'm begging me to tell you that the video is way too fast. It's only 1.25 times speed. I can slow back down to normal. Mic is a little low. Yeah, and it's going to stay low. For now, at least.
Behind Project 2025, telling Fox News the administration is right to push to eliminate the ineffective and unpopular Department of Education, and then going on to say President Trump can declare that the Education Department's powers are unconstitutional and request a memo from the Department of Justice to support such a position. But with that, of course, you could expect to see pushback. And in fact, you have advocacy groups like the National Student Legal Defense Network already getting ready to challenge any effort to dismantle the department, with the group's president saying in a statement, effectively shutting down the Department of Education through executive order or mass firings is a recipe for chaos that will disrupt the lives.
Yeah, I saw Philly D's tweet. This is, you know what? This is my take. Because it applies to Philly D and it applies to Olivia Giuliana. Any creator for Kamala that did not use their position at the DNC to speak up for Palestinian rights and liberation can fuck off. That's my take. I don't care who you are. Any creator for Kamala who had direct access to Kamala Harris and the DNC and used their platform to promote Kamala Harris and the DNC and did not use that time, that platform, to speak up for Palestinian rights and liberation can fuck right off. I don't give two flying fucks what they have to say about what Trump is doing now. You had direct access. Direct access. Direct access. You were given direct access inside the DNC. And if you were not literally kicked out of the DNC for being too pro-Palestinian, I don't give a fuck what you have to say on this topic. And that's my response to Philly D and my response to Olivia Giuliana. Because they love to come out here and be like, oh, I'm a journalist. I'm impartial, you know. I use my platform to speak up what I believe in, but couldn't use your platform to speak up for Palestinians. They were totally fine having all this access and being invited places and doing this. He was at DNC. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. You lose the ability to do the "I told you so," "I voted for Kamala," you know, "How dare you," pro-Palestinian supporters. You lose that when you have direct access to the DNC and to Kamala Harris and to the Democratic leadership, and you did not use that access to tell them to support Palestinian liberation directly to their face. You were more worried about your DNC credentials being taken away than you were about caring about Palestinian lives. I don't care what you have to say. I don't. I do not care what you have to say. That's my tweet reply to Philly D. Because it pisses me off. I was disappointed in Phil for that tweet as somebody who watched it for almost a decade. It's just it's insane. It's insane. You had direct access. Direct access. You were in the building. Invited to be a spokesperson. You were a spokesperson for Kamala Harris. That's what you were. Alright, I spelled accent wrong. You were a spokesperson for Kamala Harris. They brought you to be a creator for Kamala. Somebody who speaks on behalf of Kamala. Gets people to vote for Kamala. And you couldn't muster enough courage to, at the DNC, you know, advocate for Palestinian liberation. Again, I have to point out that Olivia was given a speaking slot at the DNC before a Palestinian. They decided that a freaking hostage pin wearing 20-year-old Democratic strategist who just got into politics, who's done nothing for political, like, you know, for marginalized people, had deserved a speaking slot over a Palestinian. Just a single Palestinian. Just one. Just one. Yeah, not even getting into like the Border Patrol, the numerous cops and Republicans they had speaking at the DNC, but they couldn't even muster a 30-second time slot to let a Palestinian be like, we exist, we're here, and you expect me to believe that Kamala Harris was going to be meaningfully different? Looking for Philly D coverage, he did a video where he went through the 10-party platform, but he's only 5 minutes long. All I can think of is that TikTok of DNC attendees ignoring Palestinian protesters and walking by. Yes. Yeah. Is she also a school shooting survivor? No. No. And no, she didn't get caught for beefing with Ted Cruz. She got clout with beefing with Matt Gaetz. She did not survive a school shooting. They ever identify those hecklers? Yeah, one of them is still private on Instagram. I don't know who the other ones are, but one of them is still private on Instagram. Typo? You can't just say typo. It's about Palestinian. Oh, you're right. It's about. No, I'm gonna copy yours. Wait, I think that one actually correct. That was correct. I get it. I got it right. Yeah. Jeez Louise. You're gonna learn that I can't spell. Are Palestinians there to speak and they told them to fuck off and let Israeli hostages speak? Essentially, yes. They let the hostage family speak, but did not let Palestinians speak. Olivia was given a speaking slot at the DNC over a Palestinian, and she's acting like the Kamala campaign actually cared about them. It's so degrading to have all these libs spew takes like this when I still went and voted for her. I feel like I've committed a moral sin in giving my support to somebody who supports this, and they still are just bashing anyone who cares about Palestine. Yeah, which is why you don't care about them. Don't. I genuinely, like, outside of like just getting like mad at like the outcome of like genocide still happening, I don't care about these people, right? I don't. They're worthless. They're useless. They don't have any power. And they never cared about Palestinians anyway, so it's kind of like a fool's errand, a fool's endeavor to like imagine that they did, you know? I post this one. Any creator for Kamala that refused to use that DNC access to speak up for Palestinian liberation of right off. You all cared more about your press essays and such a cool opportunity than actually speaking truth to power. Dems are in on it to placate their own ego. Dems are in it to placate their own ego, yeah. Those are my tweets. I'm tweeting it out. Phil refused to support Dems and endorse Hillary in 2016, so it's kind of where she's complaining about people not supporting them now. Mr. Space and spelled uncommitted wrong. If it was in the second tweet, I can fix that. I just spelled uncommitted wrong. Don't worry, I'll fix it. I'd have to delete the entire thing. Delete. Bow. Wait. I spelled uncommitted wrong? Oh, uncommitted with two. There we go. Where's it? Where did I miss the space? Oh, and used. There you go. Figured it out. I was like, Phil publishes DNC content on his tiny news-based second channel and probably got a total of 50K views on his DNC interviews. So even if he did good interviews, no one saw it. It just makes me mad. Okay, maybe moving co-chair. Layla Elabed says that both sides are to blame. Trump's illegal calls for ethnic cleansing are horrific, but as on so many other issues, the Democrats had a chance to persuade voters they were better than the alternative, and they blew it. I mean, true. Former Kamala Harris aide responds: deeply unserious people who want to shrink their responsibility, clowns. You know what? Name the aide. It's rich to me, right? It's so rich to me to be like shrinking their responsibility, and the aide is not named. Simone Sanders. I don't think Simone Sanders wasn't an aide for Kamala Harris. Simone had her own take. I hate Simone, bro. I hate her so much. I hate her so much, bro. All she had to do was not be a Republican, and she couldn't even manage that. I think now it's very appropriate to reiterate that elections have consequences. Like, dog, you don't care about Palestinians. You don't. You do not care about Palestinians. You don't care about Palestinians. That's why I don't get mad at these people, because I'm just like, they don't care anyway. You know what I mean? I'm not going to guilt a liberal into having a conscience, right? If they had that, they wouldn't be a freaking liberal.
Of students across the country, and adding that trying to do so without Congress is not only short-sighted, but illegal and unconstitutional. With all that said, even while we're waiting for the executive order, the work on this, it's already underway. With us already seeing, for example, at least 74 non-management staff reportedly being put on paid administrative leave in recent days, and then roughly 20 people with Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency have reportedly begun working in the education department looking to cut spending instead. And very notably there, we're reportedly again seeing DOGE employees getting access to multiple sensitive internal systems, including a financial aid data set that contains the personal information of millions of students enrolled in the federal student aid program. But while we wait to see what happens there to move things along and finish this whole remaking, breaking the government segment, I want to talk about Trump's attack on a newer and lesser known agency in the government, and that is the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Right, it was actually only recently made in 2010 as a response to the Great Recession. The idea there being to protect consumers from financial institutions and help prevent another crisis. However, many Republicans have criticized the CFPB for its aggressive approach to regulating the financial services industry. And in fact, more recently, Elon Musk even called on Congress to delete the Bureau entirely. And last week, Ted Cruz actually unveiled the latest bill to pull its funding, describing it as an unelected, unaccountable bureaucratic agency. And of course, in the meantime, Trump is again seeing what he can do without Congress. Right, and so there, Scott Bessent, who was confirmed as Treasury Secretary last week, with one of his first actions there being giving Elon Musk and DOGE access to the department's payment system, he has now been named the acting director of the CFPB, right? He's replacing Rohit Chopra, who was fired on Saturday and who had served as the director since 2021. Very notably, in that role, he reportedly issued a number of regulations taking on big banks, including limiting overdraft fees, capping credit card late fees, and banning medical debt from appearing on credit cards, as well as taking legal action against Capital One, Walmart, and Zelle and its parent banks. But for now, with Bessent in command, so far he's just telling employees to stop working, with him specifically ordering a freeze on activities which include crafting regulations and
What are you talking about?
who was confirmed as Treasury Secretary. Meantime, Trump is again seeing what he can do without Congress. Right, and so there, Scott Bessent, who was confirmed as Treasury Secretary last week, with one of his first actions there being giving Elon Musk and DOGE access to the department's payment system, he has now been named the acting director of the CFPB, right? He's replacing Rohit Chopra, who was fired on Saturday and who had served as the director since 2021. Very notably, in that role, he reportedly issued a number of regulations taking on big banks, including limiting overdraft fees, capping credit card late fees, and banning medical debt from appearing on credit cards, as well as taking legal action against Capital One, Walmart, and Zelle and its parent banks. But for now, with Bessent in command, so far he's just telling employees to stop working, with him specifically ordering a freeze on activities which include crafting regulations, enforcing.
Bro, imagine like you get like you're working at like Amazon and like they bring in a new CEO and the CEO just says nobody comes to work anymore. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of wild.
rules, conducting probes, or providing, quote, public communications of any type, as well as ordering CFPB lawyers to cease defending their existing regulations in court, except to seek a delay in ongoing trials. And while with that, we're seeing big business and Republicans celebrating, we're seeing massive backlash from consumer advocates. With, for example, the head of a corruption watchdog called Accountable US saying in a statement, while Trump parades a crowd of corporate lobbyists, billionaire donors, and Wall Street insiders like Scott Bessent to lead our country, we're looking at the end of basic protections for American consumers. And this is Democratic politicians like Senator Elizabeth Warren, who actually had a key role in forming the CFPB, slammed Bessent.
Bro, what? Oh my goodness. Like, it feels like the Democrats are crafting the absolute worst opposition they possibly can. Oversight Democrats just moved to subpoena Elon Musk. Motion failed 19-20 with Ro Khanna notably abstaining from the vote. Why? Like, I don't even... How can you describe the Democratic Party in 2025? How? We need to, bro, every time I see this is what I'll say. Every time I see a Democrat or a liberal on Twitter say I told you so, it's one more year I don't vote for the Democratic Party. Right? I'm not telling you how many years we're up to now, but it's quite a bit.
Saying in a statement, shutting down CFPB enforcement actions that are on the verge of delivering money into the pockets of working people is at odds with President Trump's claim that he wants to lower costs for families. But for now, that is where we are. We're gonna have to wait to see where this ends up, how it develops, but also understand more of this kind of stuff, it's gonna keep coming. So in the meantime, with all that, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts and reactions to all this? Of course, this is a daily news show, but I also want it to be a daily conversation about what's happening, whether it be this first story or anything else I covered today. And then I've got more news for you in a moment. But first, you know that feeling when you're excited for a date, but the forecast shows rain? All of a sudden you have to ask,
I tried to bribe a little, in my opinion. I mean, it doesn't matter. They're gonna freaking rig the election anyway.
shoes are you gonna wear? Looking back, there have been countless day or night dates that Linz and I have planned, but Mother Nature had plans of her own. But thanks to the sponsor of the show, Vessi, we just smiled and said yes to the adventure. Or with Vessi, you're free to take on the day no matter what the forecast says. That's what I love about these shoes. Their waterproof technology isn't just a feature, it's freedom. Freedom to say yeah to spontaneous walks in the rain, impromptu puddle jumping with the kids, or those dewy morning dog walks. But also, it's not just about staying dry. These shoes are ridiculously comfortable and versatile enough to match any outfit. From the Chelsea to the Tidal to the Weekender sneaker, each pair is crafted with eco-friendly materials, so you're treating the planet with love too. And understand, these aren't just rain boots in disguise. They actually look good with everything from jeans to gym shorts. So y'all, it's time to embrace every adventure, rain or shine in, to make every moment count this February. Go to Vessi.com/DeFranco and get an automatic 15% off your first order at checkout. That's Vessi.com/DeFranco. But then, moving on to something different, are you aware of the Waffle House Index? It's a Waffle House, in addition to being my favorite place to get hash browns after 10 and watch random fistfights in a parking lot, they are often seen as a strong American institution.
I want to get to we can get back to Waffle House later if we want to. I want to get to, instead, this thing from Trump. Trump saying the U.S. will take ownership of the Gaza Strip.
We're talking tonight about the United States taking over a sovereign territory. What authority would allow you to do that? Are you talking about a permanent occupation there, redevelopment? And Mr. Prime Minister, do you see this idea as a way to expand the boundaries of Israel and to have a longer peace, even though the Israeli people know how important that land is to you and your citizens, just as the space is inherited by the Palestinians as well?
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East. And everybody I've spoken to, this was not a decision made lightly. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land developed.
Have you talked to the Palestinians? Probably not. I know the answer, but like everybody I've talked to told me that they loved the United States owning this piece of land, bro. Like,
and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent in a really magnificent area that nobody would know. Nobody can look because all they see is death and destruction and rubble and demolished buildings falling all over. It's just a terrible sight. I've studied it. I've studied this very closely over a lot of months, and I've seen it from every different angle. And it's a very, very dangerous place to be. And it's only going to get worse. And I think this is an idea that's gotten tremendous.
Technically the 53rd, because you have technically the 54th, because you have Greenland, Canada, Mexico, and then you have like the Gaza Strip. Apparently,
I'm talking about from the highest level of leadership, gotten tremendous praise. And if the United States can help to bring stability and peace in the Middle East, we'll do that. Okay. Let's go. Caitlin, go ahead. Caitlin.
Thank you so much, President Trump.
Caitlin, go ahead.
On what you were saying there.
Say it. Go ahead, please.
Just to follow up on what you were saying about the Gazans leaving Gaza, going to other countries. One, where exactly are you suggesting that they should go? And two, are you saying they should return after it's rebuilt? And if not, who do you envision living there?
I envision the world, people living there, the world's people.
bro, he said the world's people. It's like, it's almost comedic just how insane this person is, how he was able to even take power in the first place. Cause like, I don't even think he knows what he's talking about half the time. He's just saying like the most heinous, evil things you've ever heard in your entire life. And at face value, like after you get past the fact that he's like a total buffoon, you're like, oh wait, no, he's calling for genocide. Like he's doing, like, you know, he's saying we should ethnically cleanse a piece of land of its people. But you know, he says it kind of funnily. You're just like, your first instinct is to kind of laugh at the funny way he says things, and then you're like, oh no, this person's insane.
I think you'll make that into an international, unbelievable place. I think the potential in the Gaza Strip is unbelievable. And I think the entire world, representatives from all over the world will be there, and they'll live there. Palestinians also. Palestinians will live there. Many people will live there. But they've tried the other, and they've tried it for decades and decades and decades. It's not going to work.
Like I don't know who's going to tell like Trump this, because I don't think he cares. It doesn't really matter to him. But the Palestinians are not going to let themselves be ethnically cleansed. It's just not going to happen, you know? They're not going to like roll over and pack up. And like, I want to say, like, are Americans going to allow themselves to be shipped overseas like they have before? I don't even freaking know, dog.
Work. It didn't work. It will never.
And liberals are out here too busy being like, I told you so, even though they're wrong, to like actually offer any opposition to this. You know what I mean?
Work. And you have to learn from history. History has, you know, just can't let it keep repeating itself. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad.
Where do those people go in the meantime, Mr. President?
But more importantly than that is the people
he's not listening,
that have been absolutely destroyed, that live there now, can live in peace in a much better situation, because they're living in hell. And those people will now be able to live in peace. We'll make sure that it's done world class. It'll be wonderful for the people. Palestinians mostly we're talking about. And I have a feeling that
or he's
despite
not
them
listening to her at all.
Saying no, I have a feeling.
Wait. Is he like holding a microphone? Like, what is he doing here? There's nothing in his hand. So I know it's not relevant to the discussion, but like,
feeling that the king in Jordan and that the general president but that the general in Egypt will open their hearts and will give us the kind of land that
he's getting ready to raise it. Okay.
Need to get this done, and people can live in harmony and in peace. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And then he just leaves. And then he just like straight up just like leaves. You might forget that like Bibi's like behind him, and he turns back around to shake Bibi's hand.
You've been listening to President Trump along with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump obviously going through many things in that press conference, but I think it's most important to emphasize what he said about the Gaza Strip. Pretty stunning what he said, and let me just give you a few quotes here. He said the United States will take over the Gaza Strip. We'll own it. We'll own it. His quote. He said, I do see a long-term ownership position. He also said everybody I know loves the idea of the United States owning that land. Even Prime Minister Netanyahu referred to it as President Trump is taking it to another level.
Yeah, because they want to own it. Honestly, I think Netanyahu's going to be like, dog, what's going on? Like, you said that we would get to own it, not you would get to own it. So they're like, what?
Our team coverage begins here right now. Jeff Zeleny live outside the White House. Jeff, look, Trump says a lot of things.
I'm with you. I don't think Bibi's 100% on board. Yeah, because they want it. They don't like being beholden to America. If you couldn't tell, chat, like Israel does not like being beholden to America. They are not fans of it. Right? They hate it. They want their own sovereignty to be able to kill as many Palestinians as they want to. Right? And this feels like a bad teenager getting grounded. They're like, you can't ground me, I'm a teenager. But they actually can ground you because they're still your parent and you still live under their house with their rules. That's what it feels like to me. You know what I mean? And so it's like, okay, imagine Trump is like a mom and like, or America's like a mom and Israel's like the, again, teenage child. And the mom was like, okay, little Johnny, we're going to get you a car for your 16th birthday. You know what I mean? We're going to get you a car for your 16th birthday. And they're like, okay. But you go and you're like, I'm going to get a Camaro or whatever. And your mom signs you up to get like a Toyota Camry in her name. And not like, you know, it's not your car. It's a family car now. Like, yeah, it's a minivan for the family. Exactly. That's what's going on here. They came in expecting that Trump was like, we will give Israel all the weapons and they can do whatever they want with that piece of land because it's theirs. And Trump was like, nah, we can make a ski resort there. We're gonna own it. And they're gonna be fine with it, right? They're gonna be fine with it. We're gonna own it. Like, totally super sick, awesome, and chill.
Follow through on what he says. In this case, though, this is a significant thing, right? It's not as if he misspoke or he said it once. He said it again and again and again. The United States will take over the Gaza Strip. We'll own it.
Aaron, it's extraordinary to hear a sitting American president say such words. Never mind.
Yeah, they used to just say it quietly. They used to say, we'll give Israel the means in which to defend itself. I believe in Israel's right to security. They used to say it like that. They used to be like tacitly supporting genocide, like on the side, like quietly. And now they're just saying we should ethically cleanse the Gaza population.
The history here.
I hear Trump's playing a new golf course in Gaza. Trump's gonna die before it's finished anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Like he's like 75 years old. He's too old. He's not gonna live long enough to actually see these things into fruition. He just needs to start the process. You know what I mean? He just needs to begin the process, and that's the problem. Like Trump cannot fulfill any like long-term plans in Gaza. He can't. Trump's dad lived into his 90s. Okay, Trump is still like too old for this. You can't possibly ethnically cleansed that is 82. He's 78. He's the oldest living president. Yeah, oldest president. Yeah. Unless he has 3 returns, he would die. So you know he's not living that long, Chad. I'm gonna be real. He's not dying, or he's not living for another decade. and he definitely won't be in power. I don't see him taking power for another term. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. But the problem is him starting the process and normalizing it. He's going to start the process of, ethnically cleansing Gaza, right? And making the way for a hostile takeover by Israel. Because if Trump, puts American boots on the ground and clears out Gaza of the, Palestinians, it doesn't matter what the next president comes in and does. If they pull all the troops out, right? Because then Israel can just come in with weapons that we continue to give them. Because the next president, even if it's a Democrat, will still give them weapons, right? Will still give them, bombs. We'll just use those munitions to just, do a hostile takeover over Gaza. Ow. Jeez Louise.
That really flies in the face of so much of what he said. But let's just focus on the president himself for one moment. He also said did not back away from the idea of sending U.S. troops to the region. Donald Trump rose in his political prominence because of his opposition to America's longest wars in the Middle East, of course, Iraq and Afghanistan. And there we heard President Trump saying, not ruling out the idea of sending a U.S. Troops to the region. So that, of course, is one issue. But the whole idea of the U.S. owning that, and he was asked there, under what authority would that happen, answering everyone loves the idea. Yep. And, of course, our own Caitlin Collins asking the question there, what happens sort of when it's rebuilt, and envisioning this as a Riviera. So we also can't help but wonder here, as we've watched the president speak all day long at several events, really for a couple hours in length, making the sort of the story here about his ideas. Meanwhile, across Washington, across the country, and indeed the world, the government is being reshaped by Elon Musk, by others. So it's unclear if this is something that certainly is a provocative that gets headlines, which we should pay attention to it, of course, but also shining a light on this as opposed to what is actually happening in real time.
The protest matters on our land. We've lost everything.
We can hear outside the White House here, of course, for the Israeli Prime Minister, but also people.
Chat, don't worry. I agree with whatever you're saying. And tell whoever what streamer you're going into that I agree with it.
People protesting what he's doing to this government, Aaron.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to go to Israel in just a second. Obviously, the moment of this is so crucial. Caitlin Collins was inside that room. And Caitlin, in that room, obviously the cacophony of reporters all yelling out. Nonetheless, the news stunning, and the president did not directly answer the crucial question you asked about where the Palestinians who consider the Gaza Strip home would go.
Yeah, Aaron, it was a remarkable moment here in that press conference. Typically, just to give you a sense, when a world leader is here, they do a press conference that's known as a 2-and-2, where two reporters from one side asks a question and two reporters from the American press ask a question. This turned into a more freewheeling press conference, really building off of what Trump came out and said in his opening statement that built off of what he had been saying all day long, even before the Israeli Prime Minister arrived here at the White House, which was talking about Palestinians leaving Gaza while it is being rebuilt. He has now suggested twice that Egypt and Jordan could take them. Both of those countries have outright rejected any notion of that happening.
So, what is he going to, mobilize American troops on the ground into Gaza to go door to door, kidnapping Palestinians and throwing them over a border of a country that is rejecting them? What are we even talking about? What are we even talking about? Because that's what he's saying. Okay, what are they going to do when Hamas inevitably starts murking American soldiers? What are we going to nuke freaking Gaza? What are we doing here? Where do you think this is gonna go? How do you think that the American public is going to react? Just a small nuke as a treat. He knows that Israelis live not that far away, and I don't think they would be too keen on at least the Israeli populace would not be too keen on nuking, like, their backyard. You know what I mean? Now, the Israeli government will be totally fine with that because it's in their like doctrine. They'd be like, yo, if things get too bad, we just nuke it all. You feel me? But I would think that like the American Israeli population, the American pro-Palestinian population, and the international community would be like against that. But like, what power do they have? They're not like Trump, you know? I don't freaking know.
I should note the King of Jordan will be visiting here next week, as the president was just referencing to me there when he was answering my question, and looking at this in terms of what this looks like going forward and how the United States would take ownership of the U.S. Gaza. He left open the idea that American forces could be involved in that, but the real crux of that question is where the Palestinians are supposed to go. There are over 1 million people living in that enclave. And while the president is talking about what it looks like now and how destroyed it has been.
How many people?
Enclave. And Palestinians are supposed to go. There are over 1 million people living in that enclave.
Yeah, it was 2 million.
QRD Toast just subscribed.
This was a few months ago. Whatever happened to that number? Whatever happened to that being the point of reference? There's 2 million people in Gaza. Now there's over 1 million people. So maybe we should talk about why that is. And what happened to them? I feel like that's important context.
And while the president is talking about what it looks like now and how destroyed it has been since this war started 16 months ago, that is the question here, because obviously this is an area that is rife with tension and incredible.
Also, chat, sorry, this is separate from this conversation. I meant to say to my personal news update. I started watching Severance yesterday. Solid show. No spoilers. Solid show. Conquered Toast. Thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Finally, I told you I'd watch it. I'm gonna watch it. I'm liking too many streams lately. Crazy how to add that info. I meant to say it earlier, but like chat was wondering about it. I don't necessarily understand how there could be 2 seasons. I'm on episode like 7 of season 1. Obviously no spoilers. Don't spoil anything. But like, I'm like, I feel like the problem should be solved. You know what I mean? They're on track to like fix the issues, but I guess we'll see. Can't see me either. I've watched the whole thing. May I ask who your favorite Pokemon is? I like Eevee. Eevee's kind of cool. No, say it back. Either Vaporeon or Lopunny or Gardevoir or Lickitung. Octillery, that's a good one too. Freak team. Anyway, sorry. I like Eevee. Eevee's cool. I like Eevee because like Eevee has like had a unique evolution in the original games, where like Eevee could like evolve into like 7, probably close to like 5 original Pokemon. I thought that was a super cool gimmick. Bro, no, Weeping Bell has teeth. You see that? Those teeth? I have 3 original. It was 5 when I played, I believe. I'm pretty sure Umbreon and the other one, Glaceon. I don't remember what they were. Yeah, there was 5 in Silver and Gold. I just know it's freaking cool. Espeon was the one I was thinking of. Those came later though. Or no, they didn't come later. I don't freaking know, bro. I just remember Eevee's cool. Eevee's sick.
Sensitive, and what that could look like is a massive question here of what could happen next. And so the president there unable to say where he thinks the Palestinians should go after this, where they would go while Gaza is being rebuilt. He said that they could potentially return to Gaza after that happened. That was the first time that he...
To me, the fact that he said that he didn't think Gazans would want to live there, quite literally making the decision for them. I mean, yeah, he doesn't care. It's not truly surprising.
He had suggested that all day long, and obviously is a key question. It is their homeland. It is where the Palestinians live right now. And so the question not just of who is in charge of the Gaza Strip after it would be rebuilt, but clearly you heard...
I just want to point out, just for context, while the Republicans and Trump wants to ethnically cleanse Gaza by pushing the Gazan population and Palestinians, right? Also, I'm curious. Did
live right now, and so the question not just of who is...
What was I saying? Yeah, the Republicans and Trump's population wants to push Palestinians out of the land so Israel can take it over. The Democrats were totally fine with Israel bombing the land to push Palestinians out so they could take it over. They wanted the same thing. They want the same goals. They were totally fine with Israel having the means to kill every Palestinian with no red lines and no guardrails, right? To eventually annex or occupy and take over the Gaza Strip. Well, the Republicans are just like, no, we're going to help you push out the Palestinians. I guess that's the only real difference between the two.
In charge of the Gaza Strip after it would be rebuilt. But clearly you heard the president there essentially viewing this through a real estate lens, saying it could be the Riviera of the Middle East as he was articulating what this could look like in terms of who lives there and who is in control of it. That has created a ton of questions. What does this mean for the future of this?
This is what I know for a fact. It's very hard to say what's going to happen, but this is what I know for a fact. The Palestinians are not leaving Gaza. They're not. They're not. Palestinians are not leaving Gaza, number one. And number two, once American citizens start getting murked by Hamas in Palestine, once you put boots on the ground, you're going to see a new anti-war movement prop up in America. Right? Because now that it's a Republican doing this, the liberals are now finally going to be advocating against it. The liberals will now become anti-war hippies. You know what I mean?
Ceasefire tonight, Aaron. I think that hangs in the balance because there was already a question when the Prime Minister was arriving here of how that second phase would be carried out and what exactly that would look like. Now, the question is whether or not Hamas...
Also, are we just like forgetting that Iran exists? I think Iran is going to, they'll still be focused on other issues. I disagree. Right? Maybe initially I see that, but like they'll eventually be like, oh, Trump is doing this bad thing. How dare? How dare? Right? Boots on the ground are not the real issue. You're not going to offer any real opposition, like from the Dem leadership. But I think the base is going to actually be like, you know, our veterans are being attacked by Hamas there, and Trump put them there in the first place. How dare he? That sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Hamas still abides by this ceasefire as they are hearing the American president say that the U.S. is going to take over the land in which Hamas lives now. And of course, many of these Palestinian civilians who have been fleeing this war and already displaced from their homes. And now the U.S. president is suggesting that they could permanently relocate from Gaza. A major question is to where. We'll see what the King of Jordan has to say about that when he's here at the White House next week. That obviously is a country that has already taken in a lot of refugees. Yeah. Major questions left unanswered here, and a very explosive press conference, Aaron.
All right, Caitlin, thank you very much. Of course, Caitlin was in that room. Jim Sciutto and is with me from Washington, of course, has spent so much time on the ground in Israel. Jeremy Diamond is there in Tel Aviv tonight. Jeremy, can I just ask you, you hear the President of the United States say, We're going to take over that piece of land. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip. We'll own it. I see a long-term ownership position for the United States of America. Everybody I know loves the idea.
Is meant to demoralize the enemies. That's why Israelis are becoming more frustrated with their war efforts in Gaza, because their goals are not being achieved, and Hamas is only gaining more fighters, as they will. As they will.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, hardliner on the issue, says Trump's taking it to another level. What even would be the reaction within Israel to hear the president of the United States saying what he just said?
I get it. I think they would be mad, no? Yeah, I'll be back.
Well, first of all, I think, Aaron, we need to be really clear about what we just heard from the President of the United States. He is suggesting the forcible permanent displacement of about 2 million people from a place that they call home. He is talking about relocating Palestinians out of Gaza forcibly. He is talking about potentially using U.S. troops to do so, which would involve putting U.S. troops in combat to rout the Hamas militants who surely would not leave willingly, and also to remove Palestinian civilians who also will not leave their homes willingly. And so that obviously has enormous implications for what the president is suggesting here. And we should note that, as the president is talking about displacing Palestinians from Gaza, he is talking about it in the context of all that they have suffered over the last 15 months of war and decades of conflict. But rather than solving the conflict, the president is saying, let's take one party of the conflict out of this place that they call home and turn it into a real estate development that would attract, I think he said, the people of the world who would be able to live there. He did say that that would include some Palestinians, as well as also suggesting that that would also include Israelis. So this.
What did she say? She was like, man, the Israelis are totally against this and want the Palestinians to have a home in Gaza, and actually their ancestral homes back, and they should be allowed a right to return. That's what she said, right?
People from a place about what
the reaction within Israel to hear the president of the United States saying what he just said.
Is that a safe place to build American properties, or am I crazy? Well, the goal is to, freaking kill every, not even just Palestinian, but like, you start with Palestine, right? And then you team up with Israel to start just annexing all these territories and like going to war with like freaking, Yemen and Syria and Iran and Lebanon. Like you start taking territories, you feel me? Long term.
Well, first of all, I think, Aaron, we need to be really...
But also, I don't think Trump thinks that far. I'm pretty sure Trump just wants to say he expanded America by taking over Gaza and taking over Canada during his term for his own ego, of course.
Clear about what we just heard from the President of the United States. He is suggesting the forcible permanent displacement of about 2 million people from a place that they call home. He is talking about relocating Palestinians out of Gaza forcibly. He is talking about potentially using U.S. troops to do so, which would involve putting U.S. troops in combat to rout the Hamas militants who surely would not leave willingly, and also to remove Palestinian civilians who also will not leave their homes willingly. And so that obviously has enormous implications for what the president is suggesting here. And we should note that, as the president is talking about displacing Palestinians from Gaza, he is talking about it in the context of all that they have suffered over the last 15 months of war and decades of conflict. But rather than solving the conflict, the president is saying, let's take one party of the conflict out of this place that they call home and turn it into a real estate development that would attract, I think he said, the people of the world who would be able to live there. He did say that that would include some Palestinians, as well as also suggesting that that would also include Israelis. So this is a quite radical idea from President Trump, and certainly one that is going to be rejected out of hand by Palestinians on the ground, and I suspect by many Arab leaders in the region as well.
Well, I mean, Jim, just to state the obvious, and I know many like us who have reported from Israel on this issue. You will talk to someone who will talk about how they still have the keys to their family's home in Ashkelon, which is on obviously the Israeli side, who are Palestinians. Like, to imagine the people who live in Gaza are just going to happily, merrily go live in some kind of a permanent refugee camp like Syrians have been living in Syria is obviously absurd.
Why didn't like mainstream media and like CNN say this about Gaza, like, you know, the Gaza population, Palestinians being like genocided? Like, the idea that like the Palestinians are just going to allow themselves to be bombed currently, right, is absurd. Therefore, why are we still giving Israel weapons to bomb them? If we just took this a step back again, like 15, 16 months ago, and realized that like what you are doing, right, what you are doing is not going to like somehow make Israel safe or like, you know, make a super happy home for Palestinians, wouldn't allow you to stop giving them weapons in the first place.
Who are Palestinians. Like, to imagine the people who live in Gaza are just going to happily, merrily go live in some kind of a permanent refugee camp like Syrians have been living in.
Also, yeah, like permanent refugee camp. I wonder what that is, by the way. Man, that would be insane. It would be insane to expect the Palestinians to live in a permanent refugee camp. Whoa, that's crazy.
Syria is obviously absurd. But what President Trump just said there is the only reason to go back is if they have nowhere else to go. But Jim, of course, that's not the reason they want to go back. They want to go back because it's home. So then what does all this
also, didn't that like, isn't that Israel's justification for its existence? Like literally. I wonder if they'll say this if Biden was in charge. No. No, they would not.
Actually mean? Does this all just become a whole lot of hot air or not?
Well, listen, apply that principle to any other war or conflict that involves two people fighting over a piece of land. Did George Mitchell suggest moving the Catholics out of Ireland, right? I mean, when you were speaking about South Africa, did you discuss moving all black South Africans out of Africa to?
Yeah, there was discussions from like the white South Africans, from the Europeans. Yeah, there were talks to ethnically cleanse these areas as well.
Solve the issue here. It's preposterous, and it's
also, yeah, now they're talking about apartheid, by the way.
Illegal by any understanding of international law that you would forcibly move people away from their homes. I mean, the agency here, right, is the agency of the Palestinian people. Right. Are they going to be frog marched out of their country by U.S. forces as it's then rebuilt as a Riviera by presumably U.S. property developers? That seems to be what the president. It's not seems to be what the president is suggesting. It is what the president is suggesting in so many words. And I would just say that the thing is with Trump, he seems to be applying this principle, if you want to call it that, to other places as well. He wants Greenland, apply pressure to an ally, in this case, a treaty ally, Denmark, and take ownership, maybe send some money their way, and make it part of the U.S. Same with Panama. Violate a decades-old treaty to take back the Panama Canal. Where is the agency of the nations whose territory is sovereign, right? Much like the Palestinian people in Gaza. It seems to be a Trump worldview here that requires moving people off their land. The other piece I would say, it requires two other countries giving up their land, right? Jordan and Egypt to become new homes for the Palestinian people. And by the way, their leaders have said they have no interest in doing that.
And of course, there was also a question there about Samaria, part of the West Bank, that he put that on the table as well.
Yes,
I mean, Jeremy, you know, in a normal world, we might be talking about some other things said here, except for what was said about Gaza was so strident and stark and in so many senses shocking. He also said U.S. funding to UNRWA is cut off, right? U.S. is the largest donor to UNRWA, 30% last year. So, Jeremy, that just happened. You know, all of this.
Al Jazeera, what happened? Trump happened, bro. I'm telling y'all, Trump gets in office, the liberal media starts talking like they are like actually caring about stuff. You know, you feel me? Like, talking about how it's unacceptable for Palestinians to be ethnically cleansed. Where was this for the last 15 months? I couldn't tell you. But so if you're going to watch, because they were all for this 2 months ago, they will maintain the disdain for leftists, though, somehow. They will when the ratings drop. Right now, they're focused on Trump ratings. And then once those ratings drop and people start caring about Trump, then they'll start yelling about leftists again. Because of course they will. I don't know if I've seen this as well. Breaking Chinese President Xi Jinping opposes Trump plan to take over Gaza and supports Palestinian rule over the territories. This person says, why does China have to be so difficult, bro?
Prime Minister Netanyahu's face, I was struck, Jeremy, by the fact that even he, I don't want to use the word giddy, but in a sense, that's the right word. And then he came out and said it himself. Trump's taking it to another level. He could never have dreamed of all these things being handed to him in any other setting than this one. And as he said, Trump is the greatest friend he's ever had.
Without a doubt. And, you know, as President Trump was preparing to come into office, there was some anticipation among Israeli officials who knew, of course, that Trump had been friendly to Israel in the past, had been a great ally to Israel, had annexed recognized Israel's annexation of the Golan Heights, for example, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, moves that President Trump referenced tonight. But there was still some uncertainty about where exactly he would stand on Gaza, where exactly he would stand on some of these thornier issues like annexation of the West Bank, whether or not he would play good cop, bad cop with Netanyahu. And today, Netanyahu is really just getting a raft of ideas that his right-wing allies in government have been promoting for years, being put on a silver platter here by President Trump. The forcible displacement of Palestinians from Gaza, chief among them. And then also, as you mentioned, Aaron, there was something there where he said in the next 4 weeks that he would be making some kind of announcement regarding the annexation of the West Bank. Whether or not that is a decision for the United States to support annexation of the West Bank wasn't entirely clear, but clearly it was something that he discussed with the Israeli Prime Minister, and something that the Israeli Prime Minister here in Israel has talked about, has campaigned on, and has been pushed on by his right-wing governing partners.
To that point, Jeremy, I suppose if the U.S. president believes the U.S. can take ownership of Gaza by some fiat or whatever, I suppose he imagines he can declare that Israel can take ownership of the West Bank, I imagine, based on that principle.
Yeah, but like, why does he care? Also, you literally just sent the link that we just looked at. I just opened this. I don't care what Fox News has to say, but also there was an Ohio mass shooting as well. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Taking a look at whether the money they feel is being well spent.
Anyway, it's insane. It's insane. And instead of actual opposition, we get liberals sitting on their hands and I told you so-ing. I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. And I don't want to sit through this entire 40-hour press conference because we know it's bad. We know it sucks. I am kind of curious about what
we are going to begin with a stunning new proposal from President Trump on the future of Gaza and the people who live there. In a news conference with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu by his side at the White House, Donald Trump proposed the United States take ownership of Gaza after more than a year of war there. Now, his plan would involve relocating more than 2 million Palestinians in order to build what Trump called, and these are his words, the Riviera of the Middle East. But it was already getting major pushback. Weisha Zhang was in the room for the news conference. Weisha, good morning. I would love to know the reaction in the room when he said those words. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Gail. Good morning to everybody. Well, I looked around and I think a lot of people were just checking to make sure, did he really just say that? And then, of course, he reiterated it. President Trump suggested turning Gaza into world-class resorts that the U.S. would control without answering some basic questions, like what authority he has to take over a sovereign territory and where the power.
Bro, like, we all know, we know. Trump has set up that he doesn't feel like he needs any checks and balances, that he thinks that he has unilateral authority to do whatever he wants to do. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter, bro. It doesn't even matter if he has the authority or not. He's going to be supported by his own party and John Fetterman. Let's be real. If he's like, we're gonna put boots on the ground to kill every every Palestinian in Gaza, like Fetterman would be like right there voting alongside it.
Palestinians who live there right now are supposed to go.
16 months of war has ravaged Gaza, leaving it a shell of what it once was. Last night, President Trump offered this stunning solution.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it.
Trump called on roughly 2 million Palestinians to leave Gaza, where they call home, while the U.S. develops it for the long term and turns some of the territory into...
Bro, they're not leaving. They're not leaving. They're not leaving. I don't know how to describe this any better than they are not leaving. The Palestinians have said as much that they're not leaving Gaza again. Hamas definitely is not leaving Gaza. And if you put American boots on the ground, they are... Yeah. There were any consequences when Israel settled land that wasn't theirs? Why would there be any for America? Because the problem is Americans don't care about Israelis dying. Right? They do care about Americans dying. You know what I mean? Like, when you talk about putting American boots on the ground for any sort of campaign, once American citizens start dying, then you have American pushback. Then you have pushback from American citizens. You will see people on the streets rioting. Because, like, I think a lot of people don't realize how many people have family members that are, like, you know, in the military. And once their family members start dying, you know what I mean? They're either going to have to keep escalating, right? Not even just from Hamas. Like, are we forgetting that Iran, it's like, has the capabilities to strike as well in Israel? Like, yeah, like, once American citizens start dying, people are going to have issues with it. And then either the administration either has to ramp up efforts to try to curtail or to cleanse Gaza, or would have to leave. You know what I mean? That soldiers is one of the greatest things politicians use for their propaganda. If I ever U.S. soldier to go there, I hope they have the worst time possible. Iran will strike bases, etc., and other groups would join. It's just a nightmare all around. You will get full scale regional conflict, like full-throated, full-scale regional conflict. Because it's not even just Hamas that's the issue. Is my point. Like, you know, it's not like Americans have to worry about contending with Hamas. You're contending with like a number of different powers in the region. Especially if Palestinians don't want to leave, you either have to kill them or forcibly remove them. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be a mess, and people are going to die. And people don't like, American citizens don't like Americans dying. They don't. Saudi Arabia has already come out and said there's no moving forward without a Palestinian state. Yeah, but like Saudi Arabia is not going to like get involved, I don't think. It's always going to get so much worse before it gets better. Israel might not exist after Trump does this. It's just a bad idea. I don't say Israel won't exist, because I think with the U.S. backed weaponry, like I think it can fend off a lot of the attacks, especially with like the Iron Dome. But like, right now there's a certain truce between Iran and Israel to not strike at each other, right? Iran has demonstrated its capacity to get through the Iron Dome and said that it can go further. And so there's been a kind of a calm on that front, not like in Gaza specifically, but on that front. And I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen, but it very much could be that somebody just launches a nuke. 100%. And when one nuke flies, like, we know it's gonna be bad, right? Mutually assured destruction type beat.
Resorts.
I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent.
And everybody, Trump said, including Palestinians, would live there.
I envision a world, people living there, the world's people. I think you'll make that into an international, unbelievable place.
Prime Minister Netanyahu offered support for the idea.
I think it's something that could change history, and it's worthwhile really pursuing this avenue.
One of Trump's most trusted advisors on the Middle East, his son-in-law Jared Kushner, said this last year about Gaza's potential.
Gaza's waterfront property, it could be very valuable to if people would focus on kind of building up livelihoods.
Trump has pressured Egypt and Jordan to take in the Palestinians who would be displaced, a proposal both nations have rejected. They, along with several other Arab nations and the Palestinian Authority, issued a statement condemning the idea as they support a two-state solution to the centuries-old battle over Gaza. CBS News asked Trump's Middle East envoy and national security advisor about moving Palestinians out.
Can you explain where they are supposed to go, considering Jordan and Egypt have been so adamant about the fact that they will not take these Palestinians?
He's gonna be like, well, we're gonna go to war with Jordan and Egypt, obviously. You know what I mean? We'll permanently annex parts of Jordan and Egypt, and then we put Palestinians there. If they fight us, we go to war with them. And if they're backed by Iran, we go to war with them. And if they're backed by China, we go to war with them. We just go to war. What are you talking about? Do you know how much money we spend on our military? We just go to war. We just war forever.
Palestinians who do not want to leave.
That's a big issue, and we have to solve that. And that's what we're here to do.
And we're looking to a number of our allies, partners in the region.
Rebuilding Gaza is part of the last phase of
I love that their answer is just like, who knows? You know what I mean? Like, I love that the idea is like Trump didn't tell anybody about this until he started talking about this. And then when he asked the question of like, what are you gonna do about Israel and freaking Gaza? He's like, oh, we'll just build some properties there. You know what I mean? We'll build it up like the infrastructure, build up some real estate there. And they're like, okay, what about the Palestinians? Oh, I don't know. They can just go to, who's in the region? Yeah, go to Egypt and Jordan. They can just go there. And they're just like, okay, but like, they said no. And he's like, oh, we'll figure it out. You know what I mean? They'll go somewhere. Like, what are we talking about, bro?
Agreement between Israel and Hamas that the U.S.
Admin must be nuts, waking up every morning not knowing what he promised the day before. Yeah.
Helped broker. But first, the war has to end. Negotiations are underway to implement the second phase of the deal to return remaining male hostages and for Israel to withdraw all of its troops. Netanyahu was asked if he was optimistic that would happen.
Well, we're going to try.
Whether or not it holds, I don't know. We hope it holds.
President Trump did not rule out sending U.S. troops to Gaza if necessary. He and Netanyahu also talked about Iran's nuclear ambitions after Trump signed an executive order to maximize pressure on Tehran with sanctions aimed at driving its oil exports to zero. Although Trump also said he is open to reaching a new deal with Iran. Nate?
Ouija, thank you. Maybe even a Green New Deal. Got him. Why is Stephen A. Smith talking about Gaza on freaking Chris Cuomo's show? Okay, now I'm curious.
Well, you're going to have to pack your khakis, my brother, because we're going to the Middle East. The 51st state, it turns out, may be Gaza. What do you think the ratio of what President Trump said to what will be explained away within a day or so will be on this move. America's going to have an
presidential nomination. Stephen A. Smith.
ownership in Gaza, and the people who were there probably shouldn't be allowed back.
It's as serious as it gets. It's not a subject that I feel even qualified to tackle, but you asked a question, so I'll answer it. When I listened to him, first of all,
okay, I respect that. My question was, why is Stephen A. Smith talking about Trump saying that the U.S. should own Gaza? And he answered the first question. He's like, I don't know why he answered that question. I'm not qualified to tackle it. I also want to see Democracy Now's take on this.
I think 95% of what he said, if not all 100 of it, is going to be dismissed. I can't imagine the United States of America inserting itself in the American citizens, I happen to be one of them, being okay with that. First of all, we consistently point to our armed forces and our soldiers who represent us and put their lives on the line and make sacrifices for us every single day. How comfortable are we going to be putting them in that kind of situation? I think that's a very dangerous proposition.
Thank you for the gifted sub.
It's not something that should be entertained. But number two, and more importantly, I think we need to understand how ridiculous the President of the United States sounded tonight. When he was explaining what he was explaining about how the U.S. will own Gaza, he sounded like a real estate agent. He was talking about, how we're gonna rebuild.
Wait, he actually is on here. What are we talking about, bro? Honestly, him being on here, but Charlemagne not, is kind of criminal. I would rather put Charlemagne above it a little bit. And honestly, I'd probably drop Harris down below everybody on this list.
And
he's not wrong though. Like, he's not incorrect about this.
He was talking about, how we're gonna rebuild and we're going to restructure and it's going to be a beautiful place and
He
the
said
world
you should
is
use
going to
more
be invited
bombs
and
to
everybody is
completely
going
level
to
the
be.
place. He said you should use more bombs, completely level the place, so you can just start fresh.
Greater minds, fresher minds than me know all too well the history of the Palestinians and Israel. We know the Israeli-Palestinian conflict spanning decades. None of us should take this lightly. We should treat it with the seriousness that it deserves. And what I will say is that we certainly shouldn't be hearing...
Did Chris Cuomo say why? Did you just say why?
Should treat it with the seriousness that it deserves. And what I will say is that we certainly shouldn't be hearing about...
Why would he say why? What do you mean why? What is he talking about? What is he talking about?
Real estate opportunities. We just shouldn't be hearing about real estate opportunities out of the mouth of the President of the United States with such an issue like that.
I hear you.
That's
That's
how I feel about it.
And I get you on it, and I think that your take is going to find an audience in America right now. Dusty, what'd you just tell me? What do you mean? Okay, so Dusty just casually told me that the envoy that President Trump selected for the Middle East is not going to come on the show tonight because he's getting pulled into a meeting after what the president...
I think he was trying to interrupt.
Just said. That's probably more meaningful than anything he would have said in an interview.
Surprise, Stephen A. Smith's I still don't understand why Stephen A. Smith is like the voice that he's talking to. I'd rather see Democracy Now. Show me Democracy Now.
In a stunning announcement, President Trump has called for the United States to take over Gaza and displace the entire Palestinian population in order to turn Gaza into what he called the, quote, Riviera of the Middle East. Trump's plan for ethnic cleansing has been widely condemned across the globe. Trump outlined his plan Tuesday in a joint news conference with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House. In November, the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu for committing war crimes and crimes against humanity.
And he should have been arrested, but we know the U.S. wasn't going to comply with freaking international law.
This is part of what Trump said on Tuesday.
The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's
No,
right now
because it's their home, you lunatic.
demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace.
I genuinely think that Trump doesn't understand people having a home. Like, I don't think he knows. I don't think he would care if he does know, but I genuinely think that he does not understand people wanting to live in their home. He's like, just look around you. There's a bunch of rubble and stuff. We're gonna get you somewhere nice. We're gonna get you somewhere nice. We're gonna get you something cool. Like, no, I want to live here. And they're like, he's like, why would you want to live here? It's a bunch of rubble. Like I don't think he computes in his mind, right? Mr. Silver Spoon himself doesn't understand that somebody wants to live in their home that they've grown up in, right? That has the history, right? Like, it doesn't make sense to him. He's like, well, we'll get you another home somewhere else. Like, again, your community, like, he doesn't get that. It doesn't make sense to him. Which is why he's like, I mean, yeah, like after we get them all out, we can build it up all nice, and yeah, Palestinians can come back and live there, I guess, if they can pay for it, like if they can afford it. Like that's what's going through his mind. He's in full like real estate developer mode. It's not even like, I don't even believe that he like ideologically wants to like kill every single Palestinian because like he hates Palestinians or he's like, you know, anti-Palestinian like Netanyahu is. This guy's evil. This guy is like an evil person who is ideologically opposed to the idea of a Palestinian person occupying the same space as him and breathing the same air as him, right? Trump is evil in the way that like he doesn't view people as people and more as like pawns on a giant monopoly board that he can move those pawns out the way so he can build up his monopoly properties and allow those properties to be sold back to those people. You know what I mean? He's in real estate mode. He's thinking about how he can kick out these poor people who can't afford the rent in the buildings I want. I think most people that rich don't understand. Yeah. He's part of his own backroom deal. He's flexing that he did a business deal that nobody knows about yet. I don't think so. I think he's genuinely just, I think he's too stupid to understand somebody coming back to like live in the home that they want to live in. Right? Which is why he said that, oh no, like, Palestinians can come back and live after we're done building it up. Right? Because in his world, he doesn't understand the fact that Palestinians are not going to be able to afford these like waterfront properties, as you know, freaking Jared Kushner put it. Right? He's just like, no, if they can afford it, they got the money, they can come back. Type B. Nobody believes the coming back part. No, I genuinely believe that Trump would be fine with Palestinians coming back into Gaza after he like renovates it, if they can afford it. Right? He's not ideologically like, you know, tied to cleansing Palestinians as a people, and more just they just are poor people who are on a very valuable piece of land, and you get them out of there so that you can build up, you know, Palestinians or build up Gaza into a, what is this, cope? It's not cope. It's very clearly like what he believes. Is cope? It's not cope. You guys don't understand Trump if you think that Trump like legitimately cares about, you know, anything. You thinking that Trump ideologically cares about anything is cope. He doesn't. He doesn't care about anything. Trump does not care about a single thing. He doesn't care about a group of people. He doesn't care about anything. He doesn't. He does not care. Right? Benjamin Netanyahu was ideologically like, you know, reinforced in his Islamophobia. He is anti-Palestinian. Trump would cleanse Palestinian, like Trump, like Netanyahu would personally go and murder every single Palestinian if he given the opportunity. Right? Trump is not about that life. Trump sees a valuable piece of property that he thinks that he can leverage for America as a real estate developer, and sees the people occupying that as just in the way. Right? In the way. And so I don't think like Netanyahu would be firmly against Palestinians, even if they had like $1 bajillion, being allowed into the waterfront Gaza that Trump is building. You know what I mean? Netanyahu would be like firmly against Palestinians, even if they were rich, being back allowed into a refurbished Gaza under the US plan, right? Trump wouldn't care. That's the difference. That's the difference. He's making it prohibitively expensive, which achieves both of his goals, but he really cares about the money. Yeah. Yeah. I believe the Dems would have just let him and said their hands were tied if in office. Like, you mean like the Democratic, like Kamala Harris? Which Dems?
In harmony, instead of having to go back and do it again, the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip.
Yes. Okay. I understand what you're saying now. Yeah. Right. The Dems would not be like, we're going to turn Gaza into a waterfront property. We're just going to let Israel deal with it. And if Israel then turns Gaza into a waterfront property, they would have no problems with it. Right. Trump sees money to be made, money to be had, and is like, we're gonna get involved in that. We're gonna get involved in that. Right. And I think it's an important distinction to make. I think, and the reason why it's an important distinction, and I think there is a difference in reality, right? Because Netanyahu, as like a person, I don't believe Netanyahu would ever live, peacefully in coexistence with Palestinians, right? I don't. He would rather, you know what I mean? Instead of like living in a world where Palestinians and Israelis live together in harmony. Straight up. And so drawing a distinctive line between somebody who's ideologically tied or ideologically motivated to the eradication of Palestinians versus somebody who is monetarily motivated for it they're still both evil. They're still both evil, but it's important to recognize why Trump is doing this in the first place. You know what I mean? And him putting, Americans like in danger by trying to like ethically cleanse Gaza and removing the Palestinians is all done in the pursuit of money. Specifically, right? Not ideologically.
And we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons.
Biden was ideological in Zionism, where Trump is transactional. Yeah, 100%. Also, I saw Rua's tweet as well. I have it bookmarked actually. This is the tweet we looked at before. Rua says, Olivia, I followed you for a long time and really admired your commitment to Texas because that's what it's about. But our parties failed on Gaza because the people like you and other Democratic content creators, true. Y'all created a false sense of broad support on Gaza. You never used your platform to apply pressure to enforce our laws. And the few times you mentioned the issue was a signal support for the administration using talking points I hope you didn't know were lies. For decades, supporting the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians have been bipartisan. The difference was more Americans than ever directly connected to Palestinians, seeing for themselves the reality we already knew. The public shifted, the party didn't. Our base has never been pro-war. It never is going to work with our candidate that is more focused on building the most lethal army than talking about peace. I'm willing to bet if a candidate refused to commit to maintaining access to life-saving care, like abortion, you'd get it. This is actually incorrect and wrong. She supported Henry Cuellar, which is like a pro-choice Texas representative. So, not pro-choice, it's anti-choice. So this is actually not even correct. When Trump says Gaza is uninhabitable, it's because Biden literally sent bombs to make it so. The sooner we recognize this and fix it, instead of carrying water for Biden's immoral policies that paved the way for Trump, the better. It was incredible letting her speak on the DNC stage. Might have actually won Deb's election. I do believe that there would have been. I think the DNC. I think the DNC is just too late for them to switch their messaging. There's a chance, right? There's a chance, but it's very late. It's very late. But I think it should be done because it's the moral thing to do. You know what I mean?
The site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years.
Trump went on to describe his vision of a U.S.-controlled Gaza that had been cleared of Palestinians.
Like, the fact that Trump is saying or stating that Gaza is U.S. controlled is insane. Because Biden, if Biden would have won, would have just gave it to Israel. Right? That's the difference between the two. The difference between the two is that if Biden would have won, Biden would have just gave control of Gaza to Israel. Right? Let Israel do what they want with Gaza. He would have never even imagined a world where, like, okay, the U.S. is now controlling Gaza and it's going to turn it into a ski resort. That is something that only comes out of a mind that is so broken by the amount of money that they have that, like, only Trump can come up with it. It's insane. Insane.
We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent.
During his White House press conference, Trump was questioned about the role of the U.S. military in his plan to take control of Gaza and force out the Palestinian population.
Given what you've said about Gaza, did the U.S. send troops to help secure the security vacuum?
As far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. We're going to take over that piece, and we're going to develop it, create thousands and thousands of jobs, and it'll be something that the entire Middle East can be very proud of.
Trump's plan quickly drew condemnation at home and abroad. Saudi Arabia reiterated it will not establish ties with Israel without the creation of a Palestinian state. Arab leaders have already refused calls to take in Palestinians forcibly removed from Gaza. Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territory, has said Trump's plan is unlawful, immoral, and completely irresponsible. She said, quote, it's incitement to commit forced displacement, which is an international crime, unquote. In Gaza, Palestinians also rejected Trump's plan. This is Yasser Safi speaking of Khan Yunis.
We got out of wreckage, destruction, and a war of attrition, a genocide in which we don't know when death will come to us from all directions. But we stayed, held on, and remained until the last breath. This president, who is called Donald Trump, comes to us with a new method to displace us from our country where we are rooted. This is our land. We will not get out of it. If you refuse that there would be rebuilding, life, or future, and you come up with another idea in which Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, or others call for us to get displaced. This is absolutely refused. Even if you fight us with our food or our rebuilding, and you can see this wreckage here. Here, we set up a tent on the rubble.
We're joined now by two guests. Daniel Levy is president of the U.S. Middle East Project, a former Israeli peace negotiator under two Israeli prime ministers, Ehud Barak and Yitzhak Rabin. He's joining us from London. And in Washington, D.C., we're joined by Youssef Munayir. He is a Palestinian-American analyst, the head of the Palestine-Israel program at Arab Center, Washington, D.C. Youssef, we're beginning with you. Your response to President Trump's proposal for the U.S. to to own Gaza.
Right. Thank you, Amy. Well, look, we saw yesterday a convicted felon in the White House meeting with a indicted war criminal in Benjamin Netanyahu.
True.
And I don't think we should be surprised that the outcome is yet another conspiracy to commit further crimes. In this case, with the forced displacement, ethnic cleansing, and now apparently an American project of attempting to overtake and annex the Gaza Strip. It's important too to keep in mind that this is just the latest in a series of territories that are not American that this president seems to want to take over after Greenland and the Panama Canal and Canada and whatever else. What
Canada is crazy. Canada is insane mode.
What we are witnessing here is not diplomacy, but
why does JD Vance look like that?
Criminality by a couple of mafiosos who think this is how you do business. They have a complete disregard for law. They have a complete disregard for rights. And their vision for the world is one in which power is all that matters. And they seek to use the power they have to take more of what belongs to other people. This is a world of chaos and danger, which we learned the very steep price and consequences of in the previous century. And I can guarantee you that Palestinians will be the first to reject this vision for the world, along with much of the region and the international community as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Yusuf, about the rest of the region, clearly the masses of the people in many of the countries of the Middle East support the Palestinians, but the governments of many of these states have, to say the least, been equivocal or AWOL in terms of confronting Israel. What's your sense of the impact that this kind of announcement, this kind of policy by the United States might have on the governments of the region?
I think one thing we have to remember is from the perspective of the region, whether it is at the level of the public or at the level of governments, one thing that is clear to everybody is that nothing has been more destabilizing for the region over the last 8 decades than the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians by Israel. And nobody is at any level is going to sign up for a continuation of that. It's not just ethically and morally repugnant. It's also destabilizing and contrary to.
Like, and I want to point out, chat, these images you're seeing is not specifically from Trump, right? We're talking about Trump now. We're talking about the things that Trump is saying. These images we're seeing are from weapons that Biden has given, and Biden administration has given to Israel that caused this destruction. You know what I mean? So any liberal that, even if they finally get around to talking about Gaza and about how bad Trump is for Gaza, just remember the pictures that they are showing are coming using bombs that Biden has given them.
To the national interests of everyone in the region. So I don't think it's something that anyone is going to voluntarily cooperate with. And mind you, this is a region that has been suffering from what the Israelis have done to the Palestinians and the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians for a very long time, much longer than any presidential term, and much longer than Donald Trump will be around. And they're going to weigh the consequences of such a proposal.
He's saying Donald Trump is going to die sometime. And I am inclined to agree.
Through the lens of a much longer term than just the few years that Donald Trump is going to be with us.
And Daniel Levy, your response to this extraordinary announcement of Donald Trump that the United States intends to own Gaza?
I look at that, and I looked at the images of that sickening press conference, and you could not draw a starker contrast than the one between the words of those two leaders, one, as Yusuf said, a felon, another with an arrest warrant for war crimes. Surprise, surprise, two settler colonial leaders planning the renewed attempt at ethnically cleansing an indigenous population. But you could not draw a sharper contrast between those words and the realities in Gaza of the resilience of the Palestinian people, which we have all been witness to amidst all the devastation and killing. Those scenes. Is he even aware that hundreds of thousands of people have just picked up whatever of their belongings they have and gone back to reconstruct lives in that rubble? So I'm tempted to say, one, that maybe we should take some solace from this being so not serious, I would argue, so not implementable a plan. I actually worried that they would come out with something yesterday that could gain traction, could have legs. I don't think that applies to this plan. I don't see how they do it with the realities of Palestinians, with the realities in the region. I'm sure they have whiplash in the DOD, in the US military. Wait, sir, are we supposed to be planning for the invasion of Greenland, the Panama Canal, or Gaza? And even Peter Hesget's DOD is going to struggle with all of that. And therefore, I look at this and I say, yes, dangerous. Dangerous because of the fertile environment on which it falls inside Israel, a country that, if you see the statements of political leaders, including from the so-called opposition, giddy with excitement, a country that has undertaken these genocidal actions, that does actually have those plans and those intentions to make.
I can't even tell if he's talking about Israel or America, which is the craziest part. Like, I can't tell right here if he's talking about Israel or America.
This real.
A country with no real opposition party that is taking genocidal actions. Like, who are you talking about? Which one? You got to be more specific than that.
But perhaps Israel's greatest Achilles heel,
it was Israel, yes,
would be if it actually falls for the idea that America is all powerful. And in a day when it's very hard to take a deep breath and count to 10, I would urge people to remind themselves of all those other great plans to shape and fashion and design the Middle East region, West Asia, in America's image. And how did those end up? And what did that do for America? Because this does nothing to serve American interests whatsoever.
I want to remind people what Trump's son-in-law, former advisor Jared Kushner, said about Gaza containing very valuable waterfront property last year.
In Gaza's waterfront property, it could be very valuable to, if people would focus on kind of building up, livelihoods.
So that was Jared Kushner last year. Daniel Levy, I wanted to ask you, if, in fact, Trump has put forward several times that Jordan, that Egypt should take the entire Palestinian population, and he hasn't gotten much traction. So he takes it a step further, and he says not only should they be displaced, but we will occupy or we will own Gaza. And so then it looks like he's compromising, well, maybe the U.S. troops don't move in, but we won't move in if you, Egypt, if you, Saudi Arabia, and you, Jordan, take the Palestinian population. Is this part of a strategy? He did not say this off the cuff. I want to be very clear about this. For people listening on the radio, in fact, he is looking down, reading his notes. Yes. And when Netanyahu responds, he sounds like he's off the cuff saying, this is...
So I was talking about Gaza like it's should be a leisure resort after murdering the population. Well, that's exactly what they're saying, so...
Trump, but he is clearly reading his response. And does this then satisfy the far right in Israel, if Netanyahu isn't that, to keep his coalition together? Because then there's something that would allow them to move into the second phase of the ceasefire.
Very important. Indeed, much of the Israeli media is running with the story that these plans were presented by Netanyahu, by his right-hand henchman, Minister Ron Dermer, who used to be ambassador.
They really? They're like, yo, this was actually all Netanyahu's plans. He actually influenced Trump to have this position. Really? Sure, okay. Netanyahu told Trump to get the U.S. to annex Gaza? I don't believe that. I don't. I genuinely don't believe that. You're going to tell me that Netanyahu passed up on himself and Israel willingly to the U.S. Nah. No way. No way. I don't believe it. Now it's Trump being a developer. Yeah, it's Trump being like, it's all mine, actually. And like sidestepping Netanyahu specifically to be like, yeah, no, we own it now. Like, no. Freaking 82-year-old Senator Mr. Collins just fell down the stairs about the party in the Senate. Honestly, he's probably fine. Honestly, he's probably fine.
The US and American Miami Republican earlier in life, that they cooked this up. And I think Netanyahu comes away with a victory image in Washington, D.C., the very victory image that he has been denied in Palestine, in Gaza, as we see that this idea of a total victory, the emaciation, destruction of Hamas, not happening. The Palestinians giving up, not happening. So he has a win in Washington. The slight problem for Israel is that Israel is geographically not the 51st state of the USA. So when he goes home to a region that has been watching on its social media feeds the self-incriminating postings of Israelis conducting these atrocities. And it's not a region that Israel is making itself any more amenable to being able to absorb, to live with. Now, Netanyahu, I think, comes out of this, yes, feeling politically strengthened. His coalition allies who have been wavering because they don't want, neither did Netanyahu, by the way, they don't want this Gaza ceasefire deal, which I think has now been endangered to the point of very likely its collapse after or perhaps even during phase one being guaranteed. But those coalition allies have come around and
Jeez Louise, don't be racist.
Said, now we see a way to continuing to support you. This is great. Netanyahu may feel empowered to go further, to even call an early election. He hasn't got what he wanted on Iran, and normalization with Saudi Arabia seems to have really taken a back burner role here. But the idea that this can be actualized, and I think here Netanyahu has a bit of a dilemma in a way.
Really?
Because he will now think, maybe I have to make good on this. Now we hear this narrative from the administration. Yeah, it's the humane, they actually said this. It's the humane thing to do, because who could live in those circumstances? The humane thing to do would not have been to send those bombs. And let's not pretend that Biden didn't send the bombs. True. This is the legacy of the genocidal Biden administration.
True. This could not have happened without Biden aiding the genocide. Could not have happened. Okay, I would say could not have happened. It could have happened. But it didn't happen without Biden aiding the genocide. It could not have happened this quickly without Biden aiding the genocide, I'll say.
The humane thing to do would have been not to have sent those bombs, to have prevented this long ago. And you know what? If you really are talking about the well-being of the Palestinians, well, there is an area adjacent to Gaza where many in Gaza, many Palestinians come from originally, in the south of Israel, in the Negev, in the Nakab, an area that they could go back and forth, work in Gaza. So this is not about those things. And I would just point out the degree of concern in the region when the Saudis take to their own social media in the middle of the night to reject this. And what you might see, if it were actually implemented, which I don't think it will be, I really don't, is Jordan and Egypt becoming frontline resistance states, something they haven't been until now. So the unintended consequences rule really plays out here. And I think the other headline is, what does the rest of the world, I just want to say, what do allies make of an America apparently so incapable of working out priorities? What are you thinking now if you're in Europe dealing with Ukraine? And indeed, what are you thinking if you're on the other side of that ledger and you watch America floundering around with madcap schemes?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Yusuf, the other announcements of the Trump administration related to the Middle East that occurred on Tuesday, the halt of funding for the Palestinian, extending the halt of funding for the Palestinian Relief Agency, UNRWA, the Trump's authorization of the transfer of 2,000-pound bombs to Israel, and his executive order reimposing maximum pressure on Iran.
Yeah, well, I think that, again, this is not particularly surprising. Trump is searching for ways to appear more pro-Israel than his predecessor, which is, as Daniel noted, supported the Israeli military through a horrific genocide for 15 months, one that is in many ways still ongoing and expanding to other parts of Palestine as we speak. And so these kinds of steps that he is taking is very much being done to further that image that somehow Joe Biden was not pro-Israel enough, and that he is even more supportive of what Israel is doing. I think one thing to keep in mind in the background of this conversation is that after Elon Musk, the second biggest contributor to Donald Trump's reelection campaign was Miriam Adelson, who gave $100 million to Donald Trump's reelection effort. And this is also one of the biggest supporters of Benjamin Netanyahu. And I believe she was in attendance yesterday at all of the events between the two criminals who were gathering at the White House.
Well, Yusuf Munayyer, we want to thank you for being with us, Palestinian-American analyst, head of the Palestine-Israel program at the Arab Center, Washington, D.C., and Daniel Levy, former Israeli peace negotiator, president of the U.S. Middle East Project.
Hey, we saw the Israel Connell thing. And I don't really know where that leaves us, honestly. What?
There's always hot moms in your area. But who are these women, and can we actually meet them? And who is behind?
That seems
Can I do it?
relatively
And I want to say this actually because you
I
and
will say. I do want to take a quick look at the CIA thing. CIA sends buyouts to offers to an entire workforce. His hot moms are interesting, but can you actually meet them is the question. I'm glad somebody's asking the hard-hitting questions here. You know what I mean?
First it was the FBI. Now it's the CIA that's facing a major shakeup. America's spies agency is being offered sweeping buyout. That means every CIA staffer can quit in exchange for about 8 months' pay. The move is meant to weed out those who don't support the MAGA agenda. And the buyouts are meant to support the agency's new goals of targeting drug cartels and undermining China. Meanwhile, over at the J. Edgar Hoover building, it's even more.
The CIA wants to undermine China, but Trump is giving them layups, bro. Trump is pushing away all U.S. allies. Giving layups to China.
Tense. The FBI.
He said that Trump only cares about money if he's willing to buy out the CIA.
Today compiled with the DOGE.
Bro does not care about anything. Literally, he does not have a single thing he actually cares about. He's just money or fanatical loyalty. That's really it. And honestly, I'd put him caring about fanatical loyalty over money. For Trump, it's number one, feeding his narcissism. Number two, filling his pockets. That's it. That's what Trump cares about. If you're trying to determine what motivates Trump, is that. It's what feeds his narcissism and what fills his pockets.
Complied with a DOJ demand to give information on thousands of agents who worked January 6th cases. We're talking about ID numbers and job titles, not names. Several FBI agents even filed a lawsuit accusing the DOJ of conducting a loyalty purge. The acting director of the FBI, Brian Driscoll, has tried to stand in the way, defending the rank and file and becoming somewhat of a G-man folk hero along the way. with AI memes like this one, celebrating him for pushing back on the agency's purge. But soon,
bro, what is even happening in this country, bro? I feel like I woke up in the Twilight Zone. To be fair, I was scrolling through Reddit yesterday, and I got recommended to me a Reddit post from a subreddit called Shifting Reality. Let's see, top week. Don't ask me why. I can't find it now because I scrolled past it because I was like, that's kind of stupid. But the post that from what I remember, it was like, stop, don't scroll past this. If you're reading this, you need to shift into a better reality now. You need to leave this reality. This reality is done for. I shifted into the future, and I saw this reality is done for, and I was just like, I scrolled past it because I was like, you know what? If this reality that I'm currently occupying right now is going to be done, is cooked, I want to see how it goes out. You know what I mean? You're telling me to essentially turn off the movie before it gets to the ending, right? I want to see what happens. Okay. I genuinely, if all right, go do your shifting, right? Shift to a different reality. You're never going to know how the world ends. Right? I will know. I will be staring the movie in its face. And I'll watch the twist as it happens. I can't even find the post. Honestly. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Will have to face his new boss, the newly confirmed Attorney General Pam Bondi, who begins her first full day tomorrow. Lots to get to on all of this tonight with National Security Attorney Mark Zaid and former top counterterrorism executive at the FBI, Christopher O'Leary, who's currently a senior VP for global operations at the Sufin Group. Thank you both for being here. Chris, let me begin with you. I want to know what your reaction is to now CIA employees, all of them really, being offered buyouts. Combine that with the FBI news, everyone's wondering, is this going to put Americans in danger?
Well, Laura, simple answer is yes. The combination between the FBI and the CIA, those are two of our primary agencies responsible for our national security, whether it's counterterrorism, great power competition, you name it, from head to toe. Those two organizations are what protect America, along with the Department of Defense. Eroding the workforce or really getting after the morale and really empowerment of the workforce is going to have a direct impact on national security at every level. It will also have, from the FBI standpoint, a real impact on fighting crime on the streets, which is what this administration says they want to do. But FBI agents and leadership, they run those violent crime task forces around the country with state and local partners. They run the transnational organized crime task forces around the world. So really reducing their ability to do all of this is going to have a measurable effect on the crime in the United States and in the region.
I mean, I can't imagine having that level of turnover in an instant at this moment in time, Mark. And the big question is, suppose all these employees say, no thanks, I don't want your buyout. Does the DOJ have the legal authority to then remove these agents, remove these analysts?
Well, that's a good question. Look, the FBI has a lot of civil service protections in the normal world. I've represented FBI personnel for almost 30 years or so, maybe more now, I guess, and all the agencies. And I mean, even at the agencies where the director could actually legally remove someone without any due process, and that does exist at a number of the agencies in statute, in regulations, they don't do it. I've had one case in 30 years, and I've never come across another. because all the agencies have always believed in due process. Now, sure, when Robert Hansen got arrested by the FBI for spying for Soviet Union Russia, he didn't get due process. There's a national security exception to fire employees for something of that nature. But for working on an assigned criminal matter that was prosecuted across the United States for attacking the Capitol, and yet somehow you get fired for that with no due process. I mean, even if you just get fired for that with due process, that's just not the system we're used to, nor should we tolerate.
Well, Mark, I mean, you went from hearing about one to you may have scores, frankly, of members of these organizations who are looking for representation. You represent a number of the FBI agents already. What are they telling you about how?
I'm back. What I missed, chat? What did I miss? Also, we are, what was it, freaking 22 files away from 2,200. I don't know what I'll do at 2,200, but I think it'll be cool.
For pushing back on the agency's purge. But soon, Driscoll will have to face his new boss, the newly confirmed Attorney General Pam Bondi, who begins her first full day tomorrow. Lots to get to on all of this tonight with National Security Attorney Mark Zaid and former top counterterrorism executive at the FBI, Christopher O'Leary, who's currently a senior VP for global operations at the Sufin Group. Thank you both for being here. Chris, let me begin with you. I want to know what your reaction is to now CIA employees, all of them really, being offered buyouts. Combine that with the FBI news, everyone's wondering, is this going to put Americans in danger?
Well, Laura, simple answer is yes. The combination between the FBI and the CIA, those are two of our primary agencies responsible for our national security, whether it's counterterrorism, great power competition.
Okay, I think this is kind of silly, bro. I don't think that there's actually any genuine usage for like the CIA outside of like staging its own coups. You know what I mean? You feel me? Like, maybe that's just me, but
you name it, from head to toe, those two organizations are what protect America along with the Department of Defense. Eroding the workforce or really getting after the morale and really empowerment of the workforce is going to have a direct impact on national security at every level. It will also have, from the FBI standpoint, a real impact on fighting crime on the streets, which is what this administration says they want to do.
I doubt the CIA falling, being the worst thing. I think losing public civil service and public education is far more impactful. Yeah, I think this is more indicative of like a larger problem than like otherwise being like a horrific thing by its own merit, you know?
But FBI agents and leadership, they run those violent
So if
crime.
you're gonna try to hit me with the FBI and the CIA are actually super impactful and useful and not like, you know what I mean? Like it's not gonna hit me like that. But talking about how this is happening for like the EPA and how it's going to affect the FDA and like things that actually are like important regulatory bodies, then I'm like, I agree with you on that. But like, the CIA itself is not like the most
task forces around the country with state and local partners. They
face.
run the transnational organized crime task forces around the world. So really reducing their ability to do all of this is going to have a measurable effect on the crime in the United States and in the region.
I mean, I can't imagine having that level of turnover in an instant at this moment in time, Mark. And the big question is, suppose all these employees say, no thanks, I don't want your buyout. Does the DOJ have the legal authority to then remove these agents, remove these analysts?
Well, that's a good question. Look, the FBI has a lot of civil service protections in the normal world. I've represented FBI personnel for almost 30 years or so, maybe more now, I guess, and all the agencies. And I mean, even at the agencies where the director could actually legally remove someone without any due process, and that does exist at a number of the agencies in statute, in regulations. they don't do it. I've had one case in 30 years, and I've never come across another, because all the agencies have always believed in due process. Now, sure, when Robert Hansen got arrested by the FBI for spying for Soviet Union Russia, he didn't get due process. There's a national security exception to fire employees for something of that nature. But for working on an assigned criminal matter that was prosecuted across the United States for attacking the Capitol, and yet somehow you get fired for that with no due process. I mean, even if you just get fired for that with due process, that's just not the system we're used to, nor should we tolerate.
Well, Mark, I mean, you went from hearing about one to you may have scores, frankly, of members of these organizations who are looking for representation. You represent a number of the FBI agents already. What are they telling you about how they are feeling about the prospect of not only our security, but how vulnerable they are to being let go?
Well, I can say not just from the FBI, since obviously those buyout offers have gone to many agencies. They are demoralized. These are individuals who, for example, the lawsuit we filed today.
I can't care about the FBI. If I'm being entirely honest. Covered this. Almost 9,000 likes. It's pretty solid. Covered this. Covered this. Covered this. Oh, Anna Kasparian calls out Hassan on Twitter. That's pretty interesting. We can take a look at that as well. Stephen A. Smith is at 2% for the Democratic primary in 2028.
In a stunning announcement.
We've covered this. XQC's take. We'll talk about that as well. Covered this. Covered this. Covered this. Covered this. Covered this. Oh.
Given his prominence and his importance, I move.
Are we seeing the CIA assassination of the U.S. president? Probably not.
That the committee subpoena Elon Musk to come before it as a witness at the earliest possible moment. And I so move.
There's been a motion and second. The motion is not debatable.
Mr. Chairman, why is it not debatable? Point of order.
It is debatable.
Mr. Chair, I strike the last word.
Hold on.
Mr. Chairman.
We're going to table the motion.
What is even going on?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, why don't we want to debate Elon Musk coming in and talking to us about...
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to table the motion.
There's a motion to table. Is there a second?
Chairman,
Second by
point of
Mr.
order.
Higgins.
Point of order,
Now,
Mr.
the
Chairman.
motion is not debatable. As many
Point of order, Mr.
are in
Chairman.
favor of tabling. Point of order. State your point.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's outrageous that this committee will not even entertain a
No,
motion.
you state your.
Chairman, that's not a point of order.
Somebody
You know,
who's breaking the law
agree. Point
and
of order.
dismantling our federal
Mr.
agencies
Chairman,
and
I call
You're
hiring
We're out of
federal
order.
employees
No,
and
we don't listen to
taxpayers
demagogues.
data,
Out of
and
order.
you will not.
I love our political system, bro. Man, I love America.
Out of order.
Even entertain a motion
The
to
motion
bring
is
this
adjourned.
in
This
front
is
of the
demagoguery.
people
This
for
is
second
This
reading.
is demagoguery.
Yes, let's have order in this country.
Stansberry, you're out of order. You know you're out of order. You know the rules of this committee. There's been a motion.
Mr.
and a
Elon
second to
Musk is
table.
out of
Now,
order and dismantling.
He's out of order.
I call the question.
There's been a motion and second. Motion by Dr. Fox, second by Mr. Higgins to table. All those in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion.
That's crazy. They don't even do like an official tally, bro. They're like, well, in my opinion, we're moving on now. No, like official tally. It's just like, well, in the opinion of the chair, that's it. We're done. We're moving on. Excited by hype. And my honest opinion, as an outsider here, I feel like the nays had it. That's just me. That's just me. Bro, this is what goes on in like the freaking halls of Congress, bro. Like I'm glad I'm not in it, bro. Y'all can have that. That's insane. You're out of order. You know you're out of order. It's funny. Doesn't what white virus getting to you? True. Anyway, on XQC said, I burned all my bridges because they are not there's not a lot of good bridges to be made. What is this clip?
Yeah, you're not wrong. I have no actual friends, and I'm okay with that. The streaming world is very cold, but at least I don't play the game of pretending anymore. I've never been good at it. Never liked it. I burn all my bridges because there's not a lot of good bridges to be made in streaming, buddy. That's in every big industry that's entertainment. That's the way. This is the way it is. Any denial of that fact is just people coping or trying to look better.
That's pretty funny. Maybe because maybe it was the gambling. Yeah, I mean, it was all the gambling. Also, like he just like XQC calls out Fortnite for giving Kai Cenat. XQC responds to claim the kick is dying. XQC calls out Black Boy Max. XQC says he's worth AMP's entire net worth on one USB. XQC blasts unprofessional streamers. XQC like Kai Cenat reveals XQC text apology. Like maybe he just keeps getting in the drama. Also, yes, I know of the Bad Banana video, and no, we're not gonna freaking watch that. It's freaking 4.5 hours. It's too freaking long. I've talked about this enough.
I gotta say that it's very surprising to me that
it's too long. I do want to see if he responds to the point about me. He said, man, that guy is super sick and cool and awesome.
It's up or it's down, man. In fact, you were never up. That was the problem. They tried to pretend like you were up, but you were always down. Rising star twice. What's this, fucking Mario Kart?
It's just a video like, here's the people I don't like. Dude, I don't care. So this is the Sabra Hamas part. This is going to be a really funny false anti-Semitism allegation part.
Okay, he skips it. Okay, we're not going to cover this. Watch your short letterbox video and the leaked chats you hear saying I do that. We already watched it. I watched this last night at like 2 a.m. Okay, you guys need to take a break, chat. Just take a breather. I feel like there is such thing as too much Ethan content. You know what I mean? And if you're watching me, and you're watching Denims, and you're watching Mike, and you're watching, Frogan, and you're watching Bad Up and Honest, I think you're getting too much Ethan content. You know what I mean? Take a breather. Go watch Predestination or something. I watched Olivia a bit last night. That was nice. Watching you for covering never eating. Watching you for your coverage, not never eating Ethan drama. Or you're gonna hate what I'm gonna show you right now because I think it's kind of funny. Speaking of Phil DeFranco, this is the only thing I'm covering about Ethan today. Then we're gonna move on to like MILFs on porn ads. Ethan is disappointed Philip DeFranco did not cover the content nuke.
Do not. Lither Hernandez says Philly D dropping soon, guys. Don't forget, Philly D is going to be in a pickle because I get the feeling that Philly's kind of a Hassan meat writer a little bit with his coverage of him. He seems to always give him like the most generous interpretation. So I'm curious to see how Philly D reports on this.
Well, he's pretty progressive and, likely thinks that he aligns with Hassan in a lot of ways.
Well, let's see. Maybe. I'm curious what he thinks.
I feel like Philo was hedge his bets, though.
So he's going to let us decide. He's going to pass it off to me.
He's a good man for doing that. Yeah. I appreciate how he doesn't take a stand on anything.
Roll it. Yeah, we saw that Mick Dragona fell on the stairs.
Someone said Philly D released? I'd love to watch that. I want to see
You're not in the thumbnail. I don't know if he talks about you. But
how could I not be in the thumbnail?
Wow.
Is Hassan?
No.
Okay. Is it? I'm going to guess his headline story is all of the Trump tariff stuff. Is that right?
Yes. What's
I know it.
That's Elon Musk and AOC on the thumbnail.
It's a pretty big.
Okay,
it's
but
a big thing that's going on. I understand.
did he talk about
And frankly, Philly seems to have.
This is so funny. He's like, what? Phil DeFranco's not talking about me? He's talking about like the Trump tariffs and Trump trying to annex Canada and trying to start tariff wars and trade wars with Mexico and Canada and levying tariffs on China and Trump trying to annex the Gaza Strip and Trump mass deporting immigrants and Trump trying to deport pro-Palestinian protesters instead of talking about me. Like,
tried to pivot recently into being more just general news. Like, he doesn't seem internet.
Wait, what do you? Okay, I have my own hang-ups with Phil DeFranco, but he's always been general news. This idea that like Phil DeFranco only really covers like interpersonal creator drama on like slow news days. Like he's not gonna like take up time during the election cycle talking about like what Ethan Klein did in the morning. You know what I mean? He's gonna talk about the election. And if there's like less news, he may dip into like, oh, you know, freaking Jack Doherty did this thing today and people are talking about it, right? Like he's not gonna be like, Ethan dropped a concert nuke on a sign and it's a thing.
Focus that much anymore.
I think
that might be a conscious decision on his point.
I think they've noticed that Trump in the title right now juices. The past 2 weeks only.
I don't know. Maybe it's like the important news of things going on. What are you talking about? Trump in the title juices. Maybe it's the important stuff. And maybe trying to deplatform Hassan is not, you know, relatively like important in the grand scheme of the entirety of the world. Potentially. Like, I don't know. Maybe. It is more important than the president.
The past 2 weeks, only Trump.
Oh, it's like he's in every thumbnail.
Yes,
you're right.
Every single one is Trump.
I wonder why. It's almost like it's the new presidential like administration. Potentially, I don't know.
Is ours way up?
They're 800K, 900K. So I think it's good for him. Yeah,
they're doing good.
Yeah. He didn't even mention me in his song.
Again, I think he's trying to pivot into being like a news guy, like a news guy.
Yeah, looking through the timestamps, I don't see anything internet related at all.
Yeah.
Didn't you make an exception for us, Philly? Did you
Which
get spooked?
means
Did you get spooked, Hassan, when I called in and you realized all your fans are fucking terrible people? They're like, ooh, Zionist fucking pig Jew. They're not terrible people. Some of them are. Lots of overlap.
Yeah. That's Phil DeFranco. Do you not know that communism is a huge country right now? True. Anyway, this is just something that I saw that I thought was just so funny. Why does he look like Trotsky? It's by design. But yeah, that's what I want to call it. I don't think that there's any more Ethan stuff to talk about. Right? You can watch Bad Banana's video if you would like to. It's 4 hours long, so good luck to you if you do that. But I think that's where we can put it to rest for now. You put it to rest until he inevitably says something that is worthwhile to talk about again. But yeah. I do that. I do that. It's gonna keep going because he didn't get the reaction he had hoped. I do that. Yeah. Also, there was a protest, like mass walkouts in LA. I don't know if y'all guys saw this. Los Angeles students walk out of class to protest Trump's deportation efforts.
Notice the several schools
Protests are happening. Breaking news today, more local protests are happening over President Trump's immigration policies.
Students at several schools have walked out of class. KTLA 5.
I'd do that.
Rich Prickett is above a crowd in downtown Los Angeles in Sky 5. Rich?
Yeah, Glenn and Lou, and you're seeing a few hundred of those students here making a march towards City Hall. We're along First Street in San Pedro, so making our way through the Little Tokyo area from the Boyle Heights area. You can see the long line of protesters that are making their way along First Street, as well as a caravan of cars that are following directly behind them, all with flags and signs. Where are they headed? Well, they're headed down First Street, and they're going to make their way over to City Hall, where they're going to merge with another group that's here on the steps of City Hall. So there's going to be several hundred, if not...
Where even is LA City Hall? I feel like I should know this if I'm living in LA now. That's it's like decently far.
Not well over 1,000 of students that will now be joined together here in front of City Hall in downtown LA. This, of course, all in protest of the recent enforcement of immigration policies. We've seen another group that was along Hill Street in the Alvarez Street area, which will eventually make their way towards this direction as well. But now several groups becoming a large group here in the front of City Hall. Live in Sky 5, I'm Rich Prickett. Send it back to you in Hollywood.
All right,
His
thank
name
you,
is
Rich.
Rich Prickett, chat. Rich Prickett, not Rich Prick.
This morning, LA City leaders announcing new legislation to protect immigrants. It includes a proposal to inform immigrants about their rights and funding for legal services.
KTLA 5's Kimberly Chang is live outside City Hall in downtown LA with the latest details. Hi, Kimberly.
Hi, we were here for that
Coming from this Prickett, true.
news conference with council members that wrapped up a short while ago. And while we've been out here in front of City Hall, we did notice some of those smaller groups of students who were taking part in the school walkouts. This is one of the groups here. They told me they're from Santee High School. They walked out today and marched past City Hall.
Chat, this makes me feel old. I was their age at least 6 years ago. At least 6 years ago. I was senior in high school. I graduated 6 years ago. Is this how it feels to be old? Is that 40? How do you think I feel? 6 tried 9 to 10. You're still young. What are you, like 24? I am 24. I am 24.
To join that large.
Well, that was like 16 years ago for me. Aren't you like 17? All right, chill on me. I'm 23. W early 20s. You're making 30 years old feel old. Listen to that. Just because I feel it doesn't mean you also can't feel old. And I'm not calling you old because I'm calling myself old, right? Even if you are.
Larger group that we saw. We later saw another group of teens who told me that they're from Orthopedic Hospital Medical Magnet High School in Los Angeles.
That is a long name. Orthopedic. What was it? Medical Magnet High School?
Magnet High School in Los Angeles. Orthopedic Hospital Medical Magnet.
Orthopedic Hospital Medical Magnet High School. That is a name.
High School in Los Angeles. They also
self-explanatory. At least it is self-explanatory, to be fair. But that is quite a long name.
High School in Los Angeles. They also from Orthopedic Hospital Medical Magnet High School in Los Angeles. They also marched by City Hall. They had their backpacks on. They were holding signs on their way to join that larger group of demonstrators. They were passionate and said their message is personal. Now, these are teens, many 14 and 15 years old.
We're just here to speak our voice for our parents who can't come out, that they come from another country And we just want to like come out here and speak for them.
Not just our parents, also like the people, the workers that just like come here and just like help us every day. I'm pretty disappointed because many immigrants did so much for us, and like it's not right if like a lot of people like want to take them away from us. So.
True.
I think people should be able to come and live here peacefully without like having fear.
There's a lot of kids at school that feel some sort of fear because they know that one of these days if ICE ever comes near their parents or something, they can possibly get deported.
Around 10 a.m., we saw one of the larger demonstrations that we mentioned. This was near John Marshall High School. Roughly 200 to 300 students marched onto the Glendale-Hyperion Bridge near the 5 freeway in Silver Lake. Police say student demonstrators blocked the bridge before dispersing. Social media posts also show
It
students
reminds me of doing walkouts when I was in school, you know what I mean? Which was, if I were to remind you, 6 years ago. I feel so old. Jeez, the freaking Louise.
Other schools walking out, including Garfield High School. Now, this follows demonstrations around the city over the past few days over the Trump administration's immigration policies and mass deportations. 1 in 3 Angelenos are immigrants, according to city leaders, who held a news conference in front of City Hall this morning and introduced an initiative that aims to strengthen safeguards for immigrants. Council members Imelda Padilla, Eunices Hernandez, Isabel.
Tom the Catman, thank you for the 9-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Also, chat, I don't know if you noticed, I fixed the alert box. It's fixed. It has caused no issues. And in case you ever, if you're a streamer and you have a problem with your like browser sources crackling and stuff, you just have to start OBS as an admin. Start OBS as an administrator and then it fixes the issue. That's what the issue was. Also, yeah, shout out to that chatter that said F Phil DeFranco. He just, I don't even hate Phil DeFranco. I just think he has like a bad take on this. He's just a bad take.
Isabel Jurado and Hugo Soto Martinez took part along with immigrants' rights organizations, including Chirla, Caracen, ACLU, SoCal, and labor unions. Councilmember Hugo Soto Martinez said President Trump wants to scapegoat and attack immigrant neighbors, and they are not taking it lightly. He introduced a package of legislation. Listen.
The legislation will make
Phil is just a lib, a more progressive lib than a lot of libs. Yeah, but again, libs fall into lib talking points. So he doesn't say, to be fair, he doesn't say, I told you so to like Muslim voters who abstain from voting for Kamala Harris. He'll just imply, I told you so to Muslim voters who voted for Kamala Harris or abstained from voting for Kamala Harris. You know what I mean? That's the difference between a lib and a progressive lib. Yeah, just asking questions. Do you feel like, just asking questions, by the way, but to the pro-Palestinian supporters who abstain from voting, do you feel regret now or do you just not care? Like, yeah.
sure that we're prepared and that we're ready to fight back, which involves a comprehensive Know Your Rights campaign across the entire city so immigrants and employers understand their rights and don't fall victim to ICE intimidation. Worksite enforcement notification so that we can track the ICE raids and ensure workers get legal protections. Immigration support at LAX to prepare for any potential travel bans, supporting state legislation to protect immigrants, and finally, keeping local immigrants' rights organizations running despite federal cuts.
That legislation will be presented at today's council meeting, and you're back here live. We just wanted to show you, you can see at the corner there in front of City Hall, another group, a larger group of demonstrators now passing by this area. Reporting live here in downtown LA, Kimberly Chang, KTLA 5 News.
Yeah. There's actually, wait, all right, let's get to this. Let's get to the Anna Kasparian thing, and then we'll get on to some other fun stuff after we cover Hassan reacting to Anna Kasparian. Jeez Louise, the news is depressing.
like that, you know, he left the Young Turks and was able to reach levels of success on his own. Chatters, I've told you this already. Being a leftist is being on the right side of history, being correct but too early, and also constantly getting yelled at. Constantly talking about...
Also, chat, tell your friends to come and drop a follow. We are 11 follows away from 22K. That's pretty sick. We're just grinding it out. We're grinding it out. In case you were wondering as well, where were we at last year? How much have we grown in a year? Last year at this time, we were at, what is that? February 5th? 6,000 followers. We were at 6,000 followers, 6,700 followers last year at this time. And so we gained, do my math real quick, 18,000 followers in a year. It's pretty solid. Pretty solid. Now it's time to triple that.
Things that are
60K by next year.
Directly at odds with the powers that with the pre-existing hierarchy. You're gonna lose a lot. Okay, that's it. So get ready for it.
59,000
just,
accounts.
you know, as long as you know that your moral compass is correct and you don't lose yourself to the whims of I don't know, wanting a tiny bit of victory in the short term.
I did also jump to top 5,000 streamer in the world. You know, shout out Ethan Klein for that. Top 5,000 streamer in the world. Also, we're only about 300 followers away from my all-time highest active sub count. So, I mean, if you want to make me happy for Black History Month, chat, you can do the thing, you know? You can do the thing.
Just have to keep putting your best foot forward with the knowledge that you're doing the right thing and you're doing right by others. That's it. Like Jank and Anna Law. I mean, I've talked about this a lot. Reactionary.
Yo, MB Sharky, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Also, Tom the Catman, thank you for 9 months. And now I'm gonna thank you for the 2 months. I had my, okay, I didn't see any of the gifted subs. Thank you for all the subs. Much appreciated. ASVP Shazam, thank you for the tier 1. Stellar Mediocre, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Doug's, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yo, okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't actually think that was gonna work. Did not think that was gonna actually work.
I was about to go get that.
But I appreciate you all. I appreciate that. W Black History Month. You know what they should do for Black History Month? If you're a black streamer, you should get extra subs for Black History Month. Twitch should subsidize subs for black streamers. Sushi, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. A hype train has started. Minimum, I agree. ASVP Shazam, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Falve, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Jeez, maybe I should drop 5 gifted. You know what? I'm dropping 5 gifted too. Why not?
I was about to go get the Henny.
We're dropping subs like that. I'm gonna drop subs on my own channel. You know what I mean? I ain't above it. I am not above it. Where's it at? Give subs.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Exozoologist gifted a tier 1 sub to Gracielo_Freebish.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
There we go. Ectozoologist, thank you for the gifted sub. Lyra Cows, thank you for the 100 bits. I gifted 5 subs. I was gonna do a hate crime. True.
Sean DA Black
then you should buy
gifted a
stock
tier
with that
1
money
sub
instead.
to
I'm very smart.
NOC79.
You go, this is where his subs are cheap, so he gets 5 subs every 10 subs he gets. It's wild to watch.
Sean
That's
DA
crazy.
Black gifted a tier 1 sub to XHeartita_.
Nah, it cost me $5. Or sorry, $5 per.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Sean DA Black gifted a tier 1 sub to Empress
Thought
Aaron.
is a
Yeah, the high train is going level 6 high train. I appreciate you all. So 400 bits or one more sub gets to level.
Sean D.A. Black gifted a tier 1
complete
sub
level
to Ace
6 to
41.
level 7. But otherwise, thank you all for watching. I appreciate you.
Go get the Henny.
Sean D.A.
Yeah.
Black gifted a tier 1 sub to Mavel_D_Lion.
I think that's all of them.
Luring. So when you start training
tomorrow, all good. Honestly.
your
Ending
brain.
stream. Why would I end stream? No, we're continuing. We're still going. And if you can't sub, don't worry about it. It's chill. If I get to 1,000 subs, I turn off ads for the month anyway. So basically, I'll just put on the politics tag and hope no ads run. But yeah, wait, watch this guy. Isn't he a communist? Or he's teetering on the edge of what some ways call socialism or something.
Yeet the Rich gifted a tier 1 sub to
Yeet the Rich, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Much appreciated.
To believe things from a reactionary point of view, you start basically, it's the opposite of muscle training, right? If you don't actually constantly work out, you're inevitably going to become a weaker person.
Exactly.
Your muscles are going to go away and then maybe even be replaced with fat. Okay.
10 followers
That's
away.
how I feel about critical thinking. If you engage in critical thinking and you constantly do it and you apply it all the time, okay, you cause that muscle not to atrophy. Reactionary thinking, on the other hand, is atrophy. And it slowly creeps in.
Anna Kasparian spiral started because she claimed somebody called her a birthing person. True. She was like, whoa, why are you going around calling women birthing people or whatever? It's offensive to women. And people were just like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, one, I don't believe you were actually called a birthing person. That's not a thing that somebody says. You know what I mean? But even if you were, who cares? It's like getting mad at like a land acknowledgement from like a liberal. You know what I mean? Like, what does that have to do with you? It's also like getting mad at DI. Like, what does that have to do with you? Who cares? It's meaningless. It's worthless. It doesn't matter. But why are you getting mad at it? And then she went on an anti-crime stint. And freaking, it's just, bro, it's Anna, dog.
And it can be on a number of different issues. Israel, Palestine. And as long as it's left unaddressed, I think for many people, they still can fancy themselves to be progressive, except for Palestine, and go along with it for years and years. But obviously, the events that have unfolded over the past 16 months have caused those contradictions to be in the forefront, which are causing people's brains to collapse. For others, it can be about crime, right? You see crime taking place in front of
reactionary crime. She actually got assaulted by a homeless person. At least you have a vector for like irrationality. But then also getting mad at like just the nebulous concept of crime for like why like soap's being locked up at Walgreens. You know what I mean? Like, I hate crime not because I was assaulted by a homeless person, but because their shoplifting is causing for like shampoo to be locked up at Walgreens. How dare you, criminals? Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Like, and then the Walgreens comes on and was like, yeah, I know, locking up soap was kind of bad for our business. We shouldn't have done it. And like, crime wasn't even that big of an issue in the first place. No apology from Anna. No like walk back for like all the anti-crime takes that she has. Like, you know what I mean? Man, Anna's stupid. Her critical thinking would make Anna want to improve people's material conditions so homelessness is solved, not just adding police to harass homeless people. Everybody's behind a measure of protection sucks. I guess we deserve it since the crime is so bad, even though it wasn't. Yeah.
front of you, and you just kind of lose it, where you go, oh my God, this is like a genuinely emotionally traumatic moment. Why is nobody doing something to address this? And then that's when reactionary thinking kicks in. Reactionary thinking, right-wing thinking, is illogical. It's emotional, okay? You don't care about facts. You don't care about empirical evidence. You care about your own personal feelings and your own broad reception, okay? So when something happens to you that is genuinely traumatic, it's understandable.
Wait, how did you get away with that name on Twitch? Twitch lets you get away with the name Mulatto Express? All right, that's fair. Respect.
That something in your brain shifts, where you no longer think about this issue through these systemic solutions, but simply want
cases on an app so you have to download. Yeah, I saw that.
to deal with it head on, immediately, instantly, take matters into your own hands, or the only systematic solution to it is through a mechanism of enforcement that is more rigid than the past. Okay? Reactionary thinking is a puzzle piece that fits in every argument. You always go, oh, I know the reason for this. It's DEI. You know what I mean? I know why something is happening that is bad. It's because insert whatever DEI, puzzle piece that you want to put in there, that reactionaries put in there, their daily flavor. Okay? And the interesting part about that is it's a captivating way of thinking. It's comforting. It's comforting to feel like you have the answer. It's comforting to feel like you are aware of all of the issues and that their solutions almost always are just someone else. And especially when that someone else is marginalized, then it's much easier to tackle that problem. That's it. There are a lot of people who act like they're doing the world a favor by publicly espousing progressive politics, but the moment it affects them personally, they go full-blown reactionary because they now actually address their own biases. They just said everything you wanted them to say. Yeah, and I think that is actually part of the reason why it's pure projection when like Anna or other people will say like Hassan is totally captive. He's a slave to his audience. Am I radicalizing my audience because I'm a, socialist who loves...
Think about it. He is a slave to his audience. Confirmed.
Undermining American empire by doing, and I'm actually radicalizing my audience, or is it actually that I'm a captive to my audience? I'm a slave to my audience, and I have to portray my point of view. Maybe it's neither of those things. Maybe these are genuine opinions that I hold, and
Anna got mad at like a black guy on Twitter for being like Anna Asparagus. Being like, you're anti-Armenian because you're making fun of an Armenian name. How does it feel to be racist? Did y'all see that? Is that just me? She actually did say that. It was so funny. I was just like, okay, respect. Respect.
Uncompromising and routinely yell at my own audience all the time when they say some silly shit.
Yeah.
It makes no sense, but it doesn't have to make sense. So when someone like Anna says like Hassan is a slave to his audience, or Destiny used to say this all the time too, Hassan is audience captured. Hassan is audience captured. When they say stuff like this,
I'm a slave
it's actually
I can't say that actually. Would it be racist if somebody said that to me? Do I just have a shield from people saying that? I just claim that they're racist if they say I'm a slave to my audience. I'm like, excuse me. Why would you say that? Why would you ever use that word? Explain. Explain. What do you mean by that? Exactly.
Projection.
Perfect.
It's no
Like,
different than
exactly. I
saying
play the black card. I
you're
pull the
virtue
race card,
signaling,
chat.
right? You're coming to the conclusion that the values that I'm
Katahdin just subscribed.
Katahdin, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. Thank you for the prime subscription. With the Ludwig stole from me clip again. Don't even get me started, bro.
espousing are virtuous, but I simply cannot truly mean it. I must be doing it for some cynical reason. Because if you were in that similar predicament, you'd be doing it for a cynical reason. As a matter of fact, maybe you are actually advocating for the things that you're advocating for some cynical reason right now. That's all this is, okay? And I think for a lot of people, it truly stems from personal vendettas. It stems from personal insecurities. And I think people, maybe I'm like a little too autistic, okay? But for me, I care about your output more than the personal back and forth that we have. There are plenty of content creators who have treated me not so great. And I'm always going to be gracious until it gets to a point where they're just like so overtly hostile that
like the Ethan Klein situation. Imagine Love said Happy Black History Month after we took one of your clips. Took that a clip of yours. I actually have not seen Love say Happy Black History Month to anybody, if you think about it. I'm just saying. Not saying he's never said it. I just never heard him say it.
they are deliberately playing the role. Ethan isn't being cynical though. He does think you're racist, but he's also very stupid. Okay. I wasn't even necessarily talking about Ethan here, but that's funny that you said that. The point I was trying to make is maybe it's the autism in me, but I don't necessarily care about like envy as much as I, you know, do I feel envious? Sure. Okay. From time to time, certainly. Envy and jealousy are different. My point was that for me, I think a lot of people that end up trying to make these arguments about how like Hassan is bad for politics and he's radicalizing his audience, yada, yada, yada. I think a lot of those people actually unironically are coming at this argument from a place of not like a political disagreement, but they're coming at this argument from a place where they have disagreements over something else, maybe jealousy, maybe envy, maybe anger, right? Or resentment over something. But then they try to turn this into a political disagreement because everyone wants to moralize their consumption, okay? Everyone wants to moralize their consumption. Everyone wants to moralize their call out. They can't just be like, I hate this guy, his vibes are off, okay? Or they can't simply say, I hate this guy because he's successful and I'm not, and we're in the same field, right? Like, oh.
I do. I'll say it. I hate this guy because he's successful and I'm not, and we're in the same field. All right? I'm not above it. I am not above it. I'll stand on that.
Oh, I don't like that, you know, he left the Young Turks and was able to reach levels of success on his own. It's not about that, right? It's not about that. It's actually because that person is like audience captured, and that's the reason why he's advocating for the things that he's advocating for. He must not simply believe the things that he's saying. Like, all of this stuff is just personal perspectives masquerading as a political disagreement. And as long as there is no real massive political disagreement, I will usually just like let it slide. I don't give a shit. Okay? You also hate your audience to the core? No, I love my audience. I love my community. My community has kept me alive.
I don't. I hate the audience. What even is this? Okay, maybe we'll watch that after this.
Okay. If I didn't love my audience,
that episode win. You just got here. I didn't do anything yet. True. You hate us? I would never say that. Did I say that? Anyway.
Community, I wouldn't be streaming at 5 a.m. every morning. You also hate your audience to the core? Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. That stuff is ridiculous, obviously. There are certainly times when I'm very annoyed with members of my community. You know what I mean? And it's understandable.
Is Sheltered Rosebud still banned? You guys say it's absolutely unhinged, by the way. Yeah, I have it open. Maybe we'll take a look at it.
This is a back and forth dialogue that takes place for 8 hours every day on contentious...
I know Sheltered Rosebud came in here. Let me see. And like asked to be unbanned. Like last week. At EB. Hi, sorry, can you please look at my unban request for Hassan's chat? I miss the community a lot. So I was sorry for her. She was a bit woke. A tad woke. You know what I mean? And being woke's not a crime, I will say. That's the move, right? Go to other chats to ask for unbans? Probably. Mods will probably ignore you if you do it in the Hassan chat or through the DM. But if you're a good chatter in another community, you know, I'll put in a good word for you. How about that? I'll put in a good word.
Topics, clearly that presents hostility, that creates hostility, and it happens. Your point confused the homework from
yesterday's chatter. What was his name? Like Wesley 86? What was his name? I don't remember. Oops. Wesley 68? No. Wesley, wait, this is 68. I don't even remember what his name was. Wesley D 86. Oh, that makes sense. Let's see. Was he perm banned? No, he was not. Oh, they're still technically they're still timed out until 12 o'clock today. So I guess we'll see a little bit later whether or not Wesley's you know what, I'll free him. Wesley's freed. So if Wesley comes back today, we'll see if he has the homework. Probably because of the drama nonsense. Good vibes, stay up. Welcome in. I appreciate that. Yeah, drama nonsense be like that sometimes.
People's moral image away from their politics? What point are you trying to prove? Like, am I missing something? Don't morals also affect people's political reasoning and their ability to change things? Yes. I never said I separate people's morals. What? No, I'm simply saying that a lot of people's disagreements online, no matter how hard they try to make it seem like it's a genuine political disagreement, actually stems from petty jealousy, pure jealousy, hatred, spite. It has nothing to do with the politics. Okay. Most content creators, myself included, have a decent amount of narcissism in them. And no matter how hard they try to shelter that, that is what motivates them. Okay. I don't think I agree. Okay. Well, you're not a content creator, big dog. Sorry. I know these people personally. Okay. You know, you don't have to agree with me on it, but I'm telling you from my own personal experience, a lot of people act like they have these massively consequential disagreements, and many of them, I'm not even saying that there is nothing there, that their political disagreements aren't significant. There are definitely instances where you can have political disagreements. I think it's narcissistic most of the time. It's just like a narcissistic person who feels slighted and is desperately looking for an out, desperately looking for someone to point the finger of blame at, and if they were to just be like, I don't like this person because he gets a lot of praise from a sector like news media and political figures that I actually hope and wish would give me the praise. If you said that out loud, people would look at you and go, that's a stupid way to operate. You know, why should I give a shit that like other political figures that you care about don't actually respect you? You know what I mean? That would be an insanely stupid thing to say out loud and admit
that you know of.
So they just go, oh, we have serious political disagreements, and actually my enemy is ontologically evil, and that's what is the real issue here. Like, they have to masquerade as though there is a real, serious, unexamined, impossible to contend with political disagreement here, and it's not just like a narcissistic crash out. That's it. It's marketing.
Huh. So yeah, that covers most of the main topics I wanted to look at today. In conclusion with some of the main topics, Phil DeFranco disappoints me. Olivia Juliana, I had no standards anyway, so it's very hard to be disappointed. Trump sucks. Oh, let's look at a Chuck Schumer leads a chant, we will win, we will win, we won't rest, we won't rest. You talk about the Gaza Trump stuff already? Yeah, we did earlier in the stream.
I'm going to stand with you in this fight, and we will win. 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 We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Leader Schumer.
I'm going to stand.
Yeah. You can take a nap right after? Bro, I feel like I need a nap right after this. That's what I got. Just shoot me. Speaking of just shoot me, chat. Did you see this? Did you see this guy? Did you hear about this guy? No, I didn't see this guy. Oh, you're going to be in for a treat. You're going to be in for a treat, I'm telling you. So, he said on this post, he said, years of transgenders harassing me and abortion being essentially a sacrament in my state. I have to stand my ground, fight for my religion. Christ is Lord, I am sorry. And I linked this video the other day, it was insane. In case you're wondering, like, what is this person talking about? What's going on here? Absolutely insane. This guy was posting this stuff while in a shootout with the cops. This guy shot a police dog and shot a deputy and was like sitting during the middle of a shootout tweeting about how trans people were bad and how the sheriff wants to take his daughter away. Like, he shot a dog and shot somebody. He said, I'm sorry for the man who got shot, but don't try to take people's daughter from them. The video he put out was insane. Where's the video he put out? Where's his video? Also, DonaldTrumpSeeds.com is his website. What is going on? What is happening? Yes, he's tweeting between bullets. The police dog literally trained to maul him. Dog, okay. Don't defend this guy, right? I don't like the police either, but bro got the police called on him for domestic violence. Dude holds up with his gun. A police dog's come after him. He shoots the police dog, right? He's tweeting now. Shoots a deputy, then keeps tweeting about trans people ruining his life.
I'm here. My name is Stephen Regini. I am a resident of Maine, and I had the cops called on me. A SWAT team showed up, and I am now engaged in a shootout.
I'm sorry. Run that by me one more time. Why are you making a... Actually, no, respect making the video. He's making the video to give us content, chat. I respect that.
I'm here. My name is Stephen Regini. I am a resident of Maine, and I had the cops called on me. A SWAT team showed up, and I am now engaged in a shootout. My state has been the #1 abortion and gay rights state in the entire country, and I've been segregated against for my beliefs. Now
Okay, #1, he said Maine is the... What did he say? Maine is the #1 abortion and gay rights state. Is that even true? Most gay US state. Okay, DC is the most gay state, with the most gay people. Technically, I don't know if you consider that the most gay state though. And California is pretty high. Oregon, 7.8% adults. Delaware. Maine is only 6.8% adults. Bro's getting mad at like being 7th place. Like, dog, bro is getting mad, being mad at being like 5th place most gay, okay? You're tied with Colorado. You have nothing to be mad about. You have nothing to be mad about. You're tied with Colorado. Like abortion? Okay, yeah, we gotta do the most abortion U.S. state. In 2022, the state with the highest rates of abortion, New Mexico, Illinois, and Kansas. Still not Maine. Where does Maine fall? Bro, Maine is not even top 10. Maine is not even top 10. They're basically forcing women to give birth in Maine, and you're getting mad at it? What are we talking about? Maine is not that gay. It doesn't have that many abortions. You're getting into a shootout with the cops over that? Over 6.8%? Bro. Bro. What a loser.
Now engaged in a shootout. My state has been the #1 abortion and gay rights state in the entire country, and I've been segregated against for my beliefs.
Now that, okay, what does he mean by that? What does he mean he's been segregated against for his beliefs? Like, I genuinely want to know what he means, what he thinks that means. Like, what does he think segregation means? He get into a shootout because he abused his family and kidnapped his daughter. I guess he thought this would play better. Why not? Why lie? Like, I think conservatives will still be like, yeah, Maine is the 5th most gay state. Still deserved. Still deserved. Sunset 1952. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated, chat. That puts us at 935 subs. If we get to 1,000 subs, I turn off ads for the month. So remember. Oh, also we hit 22,000 follows as well. Huge W. Shout out the gayest state, which is Maine, of course, as you know. Shout out the baby killing state, which is Maine. You know how like Georgia is like the peach state, right? How Texas is like the Texas toast state. You know what I mean? How California is like the avocado state. Maine is the baby killing state. Confirmed.
Now they're trying to arrest me simply because I do not believe in gay rights and abortion.
Okay. Okay. Bro genuinely thinks the cops are there to arrest him and may enforce him to be gay. He thinks the cops are trying to arrest him and force him to kiss a man. He's like, I would not kiss a man. It's against my religion. And they're forcing me to go out and try to kiss a man. And I'm like, I'd rather die. I'd rather die than kiss a man. They're trying to force me to have an abortion. I'm not even pregnant. Bro, this guy is awesome. Well, he's dead, so like it doesn't even matter. But like, he's so funny. Like, this is the brainworm. This is the brainworms. Yeah, he was awesome. That's crazy. I guess he doesn't have to worry about pronouns anymore. He only has one pronoun. You know, was, were. Those are his only pronouns now. Dog, he's past tense. Rest in peace. Not rest in peace. Rest in whatever this is, I guess.
Which is the #1 state of Maine right now. That's what they do. They're an abortion mill.
Was there an abortion mill? What is going on? What is he talking about? What is he talking about? It's an abortion mill. There are no births happening in Maine. It's all abortions, bro. They replaced midwives with Planned Parenthood, dog. Does it? Respect. This is so funny. This is so funny.
So I'm here. I'm in a shootout with the authorities who are protecting the rights of doctors to murder babies, and they are protecting the rights of children to be ripped out of the womb and killed. I'm here with my baby daughter, who they're also trying to
Oh, okay, we're just adding that in like a side note. He's like, yeah, they're trying to come and murder me for my... They're trying to come and murder me for my beliefs. Also, my baby daughter is here next to me shooting at the police. They're trying to come in here and take me away and force me to kiss a man for my beliefs. Also, my baby daughter is here that I took from my baby mama, and like they're like, give us back the baby, and by the baby they mean go and kiss a man or something. That's how I interpret it, and not like you kidnapped your child and they want you to not have kidnapped your child, and now you're shooting at the cops for trying to get your wife's child right away from you. This guy is insane. He's insane.
take away, and I assure you that I am not the
Shields enjoyer. That's crazy.
aggressor here. They tried to arrest me. I assure you that I am not the aggressor here. They tried to arrest me. They tried to tase me. They're trying to make me a criminal. They are trying to get me in trouble. They are trying to take me to jail for a long time for getting in an argument with my wife.
Whoa, hold on. I feel like that's new information you should probably lead with. Instead of they're trying to arrest me and make me be gay because of my beliefs. He started there. They're trying to arrest me because of my beliefs. And then he went to, I just got into an argument with my wife and now everybody's super mad at me, and now I'm a part of a shootout with the cops. Like, I feel like maybe that argument was more than an argument. Like, it was okay, right? I have no clue. I haven't read the article yet. You know what I mean? All I know is man shot dead. That's how I know he's no longer alive.
Which was a simple argument. I've spoke with her since. I love my wife. I love my daughter. I'm so grateful for all Claude has blessed me with. I'm grateful for my farm. I'm grateful for...
Did you say Claude?
Bless me with. For my daughter, I'm so grateful for all Claude has blessed me with. I'm grateful for my farm. I'm grateful
I know
for...
he's saying God, but it sounds like he's saying Claude. He's like, praise Claude. Praise Claude. I was like, okay, all right. He loves LLMs, I guess. All right.
Everything, all my friends and people who love me, and I'm sorry this had to happen. I really am, but I'm backed into a corner with my political beliefs. I haven't been able to find a job in a year, and my entire life has been just struggling for...
Maybe if you stopped worrying about freaking trans people, you would get an actual job. Like...
resistance, fighting Democrats and trying to stand up for my country.
Fighting Democrats? No wonder you can't get a job. You're trying to kill your political opponents. Jeez Louise.
Let me ask you,
okay,
if you're a law enforcement officer, why do you support the COVID vaccines? Why do you support...
Stop. No. No. What are we talking about? He said, if you're a cop, why do you support the COVID vaccine? You should understand that trans did not stop you from getting a job. Maybe if he was trans, he would have gotten a job. He'd be happier. As that chatter was saying, maybe this person would be happier living as a woman. Maybe that's where his hang up was. But probably not, because he's insane in other aspects as well.
Abortion. Why do you support what isn't morally right? How are you fighting for a state system that protects illegal immigrants and pedophiles? Please explain this to me. Please explain to me why abortion is still legal in my state. Why are the babies dying? Why? Why is this illegal up till the time of conception? That's why I'm fighting.
It's not! What is he even talking about? Yes, dog, the baby is like being popped out of the birth canal. And then like with a samurai, like a doctor is standing there execution style, waiting for the baby to come out to slice its head off. Yes. Oh, he said he said conception. Wait. You're right, Chad. I missed that. I gave him a lot of leeway because like I know what he means, right? But he said the time of conception. Wait. Run that back by me one more time. I was arguing based upon what he believes and not what he said.
Pedophiles. Please explain this to me. Please explain to me why abortion is still legal in my state. Why are the babies dying? Why? Why is this illegal up till the time of conception?
So he's totally fine with condoms, we've learned. He's like, condoms, totally chill. Right? But once the baby is conceived, illegal. He's like, why is it legal up until the point of conception? We're trying to destroy IUDs. Not until birth. Just conception. You know what I mean? Like, maybe I know condoms, abortions only. True.
That's why I'm fighting. I'm fighting.
He's fighting to make abortion illegal. Legal. I can't even tell what he's saying, honestly. I'm getting confused now.
To me, why abortion is still legal in my state. Why are the babies dying? Why? Why is this illegal up till the time of...
Why is this legal up to the time of conception? He means birth. He means birth, right? But it's so funny. I just imagine, right? I just imagine this person being mad of like abortions happening.
They have given 139
just like after conception. He's mad about like the day after pill. You know what I mean? Like he's which conservatives are. Right? Conservatives are anti-contraception, but like I like that he's oh God, oh geez. You don't know words good? I mean, I get that. I understand.
Conception. That's why I'm fighting.
He means by, like, why is it legal up until the point of birth? Even though it's not.
I'm fighting for the babies. I'm fighting for the unborn. And I'm fighting for righteousness and Christianity to be restored in this country. Christ is Lord. God bless. And I'm sorry to you, my parents. I love you, my parents. I love you, my wife. I love you, my daughter. I love you, all my beloved friends and business partners.
Bro, tell your daughter she's right there. You brought her with you into this terrible situation. You can tell her.
And God bless you. Sorry it had to end this way.
I want to see more. Did he record more videos? He had to have recorded more. I need to see more from this guy.
I'm here. My name's Steven.
I need to see more from this guy. Oh, his daughter is literally a baby. His daughter is literally a baby. Like, literally a baby, by the way. Like, a literal baby. Like that is a baby, bro. That is a baby. He stole the baby from the mother. The cops got called and he started shooting at the cops with his daughter beside him. Like an infant, bro, was born like a month ago. Man shot dead after wounding deputy police dog in Maine standoff. A man was killed by Maine State Police after he shot and wounded a sheriff's deputy and a police dog at the end of hours-long standoff in the northern town of Portage, officials say. Stephen Renhige, 29, was pronounced dead at the scene on Ranger Street. Maine State Police said. The Aroostook County Sheriff deputy was shot in the shoulder and was treated for his injuries, sustaining in the first attempt to take Rikini into custody, while his dog, a canine named Preacher, was in surgery with serious injuries as of late Monday night. The incident began a sort of domestic dispute involving Renhige and a woman and his 4-week-old baby inside the home during the standoff, the police said. Jeez, the freaking weeds, bro. Hey, but at least he has Donald Trump seeds that he sold. So, the only cannabis company that is for we the people, truly the only brand that doesn't make conservative stoners feel inferior. The only rebrand I'll ever support, God bless this company. Trump made seeds legal. Donald Trump seeds. High THC cannabis seeds. This is not CBD. Farmer's choice variety. So. He took the baby from the hospital into the shootout. No, I don't think that's fake news. The baby was at least at the house, at home. What an insane person, bro. What a crazy person. But conservatives are wild. Recent chop episode had the Truanon brace button on to talk about the weird techno cult that's killed like 6 people. It's a super interesting listen. I think he follows 4 people, 2 being Elon and Trump. I forgot the others. I mean, you can always just check. Take a little look-sees. Take a little look-sees. He follows the Libertarian Party New Hampshire, a free state, Twitter account. And then some dude named Will Portal. Yeah, it's just insane. Anyway, that's something that I saw that I wanted to call out as being absolutely crazy, because it is absolutely crazy. So just want you to be aware of this guy. This guy existed. And somebody said his wife is 18 years old, which isn't remotely surprising, but I don't have any confirmation on that. His freestyle rap apparently. Stop. Here's a quick freestyle I sung for Jesus last night. God bless y'all. Peace.
Jesus, you are my Lord.
So much talent wasted.
Jesus, you are my Lord. I thank you for all you've done. I know that Christ, my Lord, carries the cross.
This is the most satanic thing I've ever heard in my life.
Is back. That's why I worship you. Thank God bless the church, me and everyone in the pew. Christ, you are the Lord. Goodbye, soul.
Bro, the way it ended just killed me, bro.
Goodbye, soul.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh my goodness.
We have new information about an officer-involved shooting in northern Maine.
Local residents of Portage, a town with a population of around 400, say they were traumatized by that incident that left one man dead. Jim Keithley reports tonight.
An armed standoff suspect who would end up dead posted this dramatic video to social media.
I'm here. My name is Stephen Regini. I am a resident of Maine, and I had the cops called on me. A SWAT team showed up, and I am now engaged in a shootout.
It was, I'm going to end up starting to cry. It was just pretty upsetting.
Wait, this is a random store clerk?
From Coffin's General Store in downtown Portage Lake, Tracy Wadsworth, a clerk, can see the apartment building at 20 Ranger Street, where a Maine State Police tactical team converged Monday. Police said it was in response to a domestic dispute, which led to an armed standoff involving 29-year-old Stephen Regini. Regini's 18-year-old wife told police her husband pushed her into a wall. The couple's 4-week-old baby was in the house with Regini.
I'm sorry. Okay, let me do a little bit of math here. He's 29. She's 18. They're married. The baby was born a month ago, which means the baby was conceived around 10 months ago. No, it's not it's a 4-week-old baby. It's 1-month-old baby. So either he waited until she was 18 years old, and within a month or two, they conceived the baby, or she was 17 at the time of the conception, and he should be in jail. Also, yeah. They are married. No, it's not chat. It's not. It's 4 weeks. 4 weeks old baby. The baby is 4 weeks old. The baby is 4 weeks old. Right, 1 month. She called the police because he showed her that song. True. At most, she was 18 and 2 months, but they were married. So he had to have either, okay, the only way that this is like relatively not problematic age gap is if they met when she turned 18, like she was on her 18th birthday, And then they got to know each other for 2 months, conceived a child, got married while she was pregnant. And then she gave birth. Is wrong with age of consent is 17 in a lot of states. I am pretty sure the age of consent does not protect somebody who is like 28 years old from having like, you know, sex with somebody who's 17. Like, it's not just like a full free range. You know what I mean? The age of consent is 16. Doesn't mean like a 45-year-old can have sex with a 16-year-old. And then it's legal. That's not the way the age of consent works. I think a lot of people misunderstand age of consent. That's not how it works. You don't have free reign on anybody who's 16 years or over. You know what I mean? Like, there still needs to be like a reasonable assumption of age. Like if you're 18 and they're 16, like in a lot of places it does. I don't think that's the case. Because they're still a minor. And you can still be like, you know, arrested for like indecency with a minor. I'm pretty sure. I'm not looking it up because I'm not having that in my search history. But that's what I'm going to believe. I'm going to believe that.
Regini during the standoff, which lasted several hours. Police say Regini shot Deputy Shane Campbell in the shoulder. Police K-9 Preacher was deployed to try to take the suspect into custody. But police say Regini shot the police dog in the chest. The dog later died. Two officers were...
Honestly, that's on the police, bro. ACAB. Stop using freaking animals. Jeez Louise. Stop.
Turned fire and Regini was killed. Tracy Wadsworth said she turned fire. The police dog in the chest. The dog later died. Two officers returned fire and Regini was killed. Tracy Wadsworth said she spoke with Regini's wife today.
She said, that's not him. She said,
I'm sorry. What? Lady, I'm sorry. I'm sure it's sad to have your child kidnapped by your husband. You're still a child. I don't think you know what's him and what's not him. You are literally a baby. You are a child. Okay, you were groomed. Put that lady in therapy, please. Put that child in therapy. The baby and the 18-year-old.
you know, he was having some sort of mental breakdown. She talked to him throughout the day and had tried to get him to surrender, turn himself in, and he said he couldn't do it.
The wounded officer was treated and released from a hospital in Presque Isle. Police said the infant daughter was not hurt and returned to her mother. The Attorney General's office is investigating and will determine if the shooting was justified. I'm Jim Keithley for Maine.
I would say so. Not to like side with the cops here, but like, bro had a very clear, intent to kill people. And he shot a dog. What an insane story, bro. What a crazy story. What an insane story. Jeez Louise. I don't even know what to say about that. Also, Euphoric Kuzzy for the gifted sub, by the way. Is it an average day in America? I guess. I'm not gonna justify police violence. I'm gonna say the only thing I value this was the dog. Yeah. Dogs die every day and they shouldn't. Not by gunfire. Definitely was mentally ill. This should never let him to die. He was failed by the system. I mean, he was an insane, rabid reactionary who bit the conservative propaganda that trans people were going like trans people and gay people and abortions were ruining his life. Like, yeah, obviously, like, we need robust mental health services of these people who need to get help. But, like, honestly, it's like only a matter of time before he used that violence against, like, a trans person. You know what I mean? It was only a matter of time before he like, broke in the other direction and used that violence against those same marginalized people. Like, the main issue at fault is, like, the propagandists who got him to believe this in the first place. You know what I mean? I gotta shoot up a school, mall, or Planned Parenthood. Honestly, I think he was on his way to doing that. Like, legitimately. If you hear what he's saying, and you see what he's posting, I think he's on his way to doing that. Like, and the order of blame that I have here, it's the propagandists who, like, push these insane narratives that get people like this, not just this person, but people like this to believe this. Then this guy, then the police for freaking enslaving this dog and forcing this dog to, like, you know, like, attack people and getting shot at. And then, like, everybody else. Why do they want to take his daughter, though? Because from what I understand, from what I was told, it's not in this. But, like, here, what is it? I don't know where chat got that from, but chat was saying that he, like, kidnapped his daughter from his wife. It's the domestic violence. It was a domestic violence call. That's why the police were there in the first place. I don't know why he said they wanted to take his daughter away from him. Maybe he just thought, like, oh, if he goes to prison, his daughter will be technically taken away from him, and that's what he thought. He kicked his wife out in the night and held the baby hostage. Where do you guys hear this from? Anyway, it's just an insane story regardless. It's just a crazy story. Yeah, I don't know. It's an insane set of circumstances. And these people are absolutely wild. And his music sucks. Can I just say that? All right, I'll say it. His music is terrible. Why don't doctors promote health and well-being?
Hey everybody, Merry Christmas. Anyways, can someone explain to me why every single doctor that my pregnant wife and I have gone to, especially this last one who's just a complete idiot, but why has not a single doctor literally even given my wife any positive advice or encouragement? Like, I kid you not, bro, we've been to, like, how many appointments you think? A lot of appointments. We were just talking about this. Not one doctor has literally said to her, make sure you're eating healthy. Make sure you're eating a lot. Make sure you're drinking a lot of water. Make sure you're getting a proper amount of fresh air and exercise. Not one of these doctors has said jack shit that a doctor is supposed to say. Like, what the fuck is up with these doctors now?
What would Claude think? Watch your language.
Doctor is supposed to say. Like, what the fuck is up with these doctors now? I'm, like, baffled as how not one fucking doctor has even said eat healthy. Has even said go for a walk. Has even said make sure you're drinking a lot of water and eating a lot of food. Not one of these dumb motherfuckers has said shit. It don't make no sense. Like, if you're a doctor, you should be.
And don't forget to put one foot in front of the other when you're going outside. Remember, when you go to sleep, you want to close your eyes first. That way it's darker. You can get proper rest. Yeah, he wants the doctor to be like, remember, when your eyes start to get a little bit itchy and you start feeling a little weird about them, just go ahead and close them real quick and open them back up. Just do that and it'll be all sick.
Focused on preventative health measures, not.
He's like, yeah,
just
make sure you breathe in. And breathe out. I almost forgot to tell you that one. Yeah, make sure you breathe in and you breathe out, right? You just do that consistently.
Your paycheck when you have to try to fix somebody or heal them. So it just don't make no sense. Like, why are these doctors not suggesting any positive advice? Like, they haven't said one thing that would lead to happiness and health. It's just all bullshit. So I do not understand how these doctors even have jobs if they're not saying eat healthy, eat vegetables, eat a lot of food, drink water. They're not saying any of this to a pregnant lady. They don't say jack shit. They do nothing. These people don't do shit. Like, come on, man. It's like, I have...
He looks here versus the guy video. I mean, he looks like
10 medical...
He does look a little bit like Face Lacey, just a tad bit.
Licenses in the state of Maine. 10. What? I graduated top of my class.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Run that back?
10 medical... They don't say jack shit. They do nothing. These people don't do shit. Like, come on, man. It's like, I have 10 medical licenses in the state of Maine.
He has how many? He has 10 medical licenses? 10 medical licenses in the state of Maine. 10! Really? Most doctors usually only have one. Bro has 10? Yeah, for weed? Oh, like a med card? Is that what he means? And not like a practitioner's license? I mean, sure, go for it. Only after 4 that you're allowed to operate on yourself? I mean, this guy hasn't stopped.
10. I graduated top of my class in AP. You don't... I'm always...
AP? What's AP? What's AP? Like AP classes? Wait, no. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not talking about AP classes. No, he's not. 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 I know he is. Statewide access to advanced placement courses. AP for me offers Maine high school students throughout the state opportunity to take AP courses completely online, regardless of where they live or the school's ability to support AP courses. This is actually a good thing. This is actually a really good thing. Wait, what? That's actually fantastic. Your AP coursework is not a contingent on you going to a school that has AP. That's actually a Maine W. That's very good. Anyway, that's separate from him being like, I graduated top of my class from AP. What does that mean? What does it mean he's graduated top of his class from AP?
Come on, man. It's like, I have 10 medical licenses in the state of Maine. 10. I graduated top of my class at AP. You don't...
I graduated top of my class at AP. He was top 1%.
I'm always promoting to eat healthy, to go exercise. I'm always doing push-ups on this Snapchat.
Okay, what's this Snapchat? I'm so curious about what other content does this person have? What other content does this person put out? I need to know. I need to know, bro. I need to know. Bro, how do I find it? YouTube is Field of Haze. So try that. We're on Field of Haze. That's what we're watching it on.
God, I'm sorry for my...
Stop. 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 Please. Please, no more music. 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 See, Field of Haze doesn't give me anything. It just gives me like not him. Like a weed concert. Where does he have a TikTok? He has to have a TikTok. Please have a TikTok. Please have a TikTok. Or is TikTok too woke? I'm begging you, bro. Wait, what? I'm begging you. Please have a TikTok. She got True Social. Gosh darn it. No. No TikTok. Stay motivated. Shout out to a random guy at a gas station for filming this 80 in a row. I mean, he wasn't wrong about it. He does push-ups.
Get it, boys.
Get it. Fuck.
Get it, boys.
I don't want to free scroll because I don't know what I'm gonna see.
Elon, if you're out there, you should hire me. Kanye, if you're out there, you should hire me. All you people out there, All you world leaders, you should hire me. Because I have the assets and the resources and the intellect to solve significant global issues. Yo, Elon, if you're out there, you should hire me. Kanye, if you're out there, you should hire me.
It's the same person?
All you
Yes,
people-
this is the same person, chat. It's gonna be TikTok? Oh, I didn't even think about that. Never mind, I'm not watching this. What?
All smiles. Gave a pregnant person a cigarette.
What?
You need some newer teeth. Yeah, you're a whore. You gave a pregnant person a cigarette. You're going on TikTok. You guys.
What's your TikTok, bro? Just say your TikTok. Just please, I'm begging you. Just say what it is. Just say what it is. Just say what TikTok it is. What is your TikTok name? Please.
Hey, you gave a pregnant. You're a scumbag. You gave a pregnant person a cigarette. You're a scumbag. Go get another face tat, you piece of shit. All smiles. All smiles. Gave a pregnant person a cigarette.
Maybe it's his first name. What is his name, chat again?
You need some newer teeth. Yeah, you're a whore. You gave a pregnant person a cigarette. You're going on
Bro, that's
TikTok.
not very Claude-like. Let's go to his replies. Who does he reply to? Wait, hold on. I can see who he's following on TikTok on his main account. Wait, did I just see it? Did I see it? Did I see it? Wait. Hold on. Hold. No. I'm trying to find his TikTok. I know he has one. I know there's more content to be had here. I know there's more content to be had here. Farmer D. Yeah, this is his Snapchat name in the corner. But like, if he hasn't posted anything on Snapchat, he's dead now. He's been 24 hours. He's not posted anything on Snapchat. I have his stupid Donald Trump seeds TikTok, but it's not his personal TikTok. These are just like stupid meme videos. What?
Folks, let me tell you,
Trump made weed illegal on Spotify? What? He can't copyright strike, but he's dead. Donald Trump. How do you find this, bro? Trump. Oh, made, not make. Made weed legal. Chris 420 Blaze It? What is even going on?
Got some land up on my farm, digging, hoeing all day long.
Honestly, it's better than his other ones. It's better than his other ones. It is better than his other ones, if we're being real. We'll give it a listen.
Got some land up on my farm, digging, hoeing all day long, planting all these hemp seeds. No, this ain't no CBD. My seeds are never feminized. Toxic masculinity.
He said my seeds are never feminized. What is even going on? What are we even talking about, bro? What are we even talking about? What? I can't show that. Okay, I'll leave that alone. I'll leave that alone. Whoops. Run it back. All right.
Got some land up on my farm, digging, hoeing all day long, planting all these hemp seeds. No, this ain't no CBD. My seeds are never feminized. Toxic masculinity. Think Trump, he signed the Farm Act. Good for the economy. Donald Trump made me legal. Grow, 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 hemp is weed. We got the farm where the bomb is happy. But it's called legal THCA. Na 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 na. Donald Trump weed. Donald Trump made me legal. Grow, 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 hemp is weed. We got the farm where the bomb is happy. But it's called legal THCA. Every day I say the Pledge of Allegiance. One nation under God, and yes, I'll pray. This harvest will be plentiful and hearty. Thanks to Trump, I've got 1,000 pounds of weed. Donald Trump made me legal. Grow, 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 hemp is weed. We got the farm where the bomb is happy. But it's called legal THCA. Na 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 Donald Trump weed. Donald Trump made me legal. Grow, 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 hemp is weed. We got the farm where the bomb is happy. But it's called legal THCA. Donald Trump weed. Together we will make weed great again. And let every single small business compete in the free market. Donald Trump weed.
Oh, we're done. I found the YouTube channel for like Donald Trump weed reviews where it posts other people reviewing the Donald Trump weed that they're selling. And as you see, the song is still here. The person had a song reaction.
So this one actually come from Donald Trump weed reviews. Let's get it.
Got some land up on my farm, digging, hoeing all day long, planting all these hemp seeds. No, this ain't no CBD. My seeds are never feminized. Toxic masculinity. Think Trump, he signed the Farm Act. Good for the economy. Donald Trump made me legal. Grow, 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 hemp is weed. We got the farm where the
I have a jerk in my jerkin playlist. We're not so different. I gotta have my jerk songs on there.
But it's called legal THCA. Na 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 na.
This is actually Bob. I ain't gonna lie.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Come on, bro. Stand up. It's Black History Month, bro. Stand up. Stand up. Imagine what am I experiencing here? You are experiencing a journey that we are going on together about what the flip is going on with this dude who got killed by the police, wherever he is at. This guy.
Like, has the world gone so insane and these doctors are just so unqualified they don't even tell you to eat healthy anymore? Or like eat an apple? Like, I'm telling you right now, a doctor has not told my wife, eat an apple. Like, eat your fruit, eat your vitamins, do the right thing. They don't say shit. They don't do anything that they're supposed to do. It don't make no sense. They need to figure it out and do the right thing and do right by their patients. But what I really think it is they want you sick so they can have a job. They don't want you healthy. They want you to be sick so they can get that money in their pocket. But guess what, buddy? Ain't gonna work. With my family, I'm gonna promote health, well-being, fitness, education, all the good stuff for my family and my daughter. My daughter's gonna be beautiful. So Christ is my Lord, and
I'm sure your daughter will be beautiful without you, bro. Honestly, probably better off. Those videos on Twitter and stuff there. We saw all those videos. We saw all the videos on his media tab. We are running out of content from whoever this guy, whatever his name is. I mean, there's a few more things that I'll show. Oh yeah, who guy was? Sorry, was. Came in late, he died. Oh, chatters. Oh, chatters. You know what? If you don't know, just hold on. We'll circle back around to it.
There's a town in Maine where the people are so strange. Someone comes up missing, no one's to blame. Everybody there's deranged. They call it LaGrange. They call it LaGrange. There's a town in Maine where the people are so strange. Someone comes up missing, no one's to blame. Everybody there's deranged. They call it LaGrange. They call it LaGrange. There's a town in Maine where the people are so strange. Someone comes up missing, no one's to blame.
He does more push-ups.
let's go. 100 right now. Christ is Lord.
Why does it look like he's trying to suck off as an invisible dick? Does anyone else get that? A little bit? You don't get that? Just a little bit? Oh, you look like Lacey? Chill on Lacey. Okay, we're not going to see him do all these push-ups. Society has collabed. Judges defending illegal immigrants and transgender people. He said transgenders over veterans and Christians. Not for long. Righteousness is the way. Rastus, Rafari, Christ is Lord. God bless. God bless Clarence Thomas. What did Clarence Thomas do? Imagine going to Dunks every day on E in your truck and a transgender hands you raw bacon every single day on your meal you paid your last dime for. It's gotta stop. I'm having a daughter. These people need to stay away. Like, I don't know if it was the trans person. I think I don't know what's going on here. I don't know how you know it was trans. I have no idea what's happening. This person is very confusing, but also very intriguing. I am intrigued. But yeah, for people who are just coming in here and are like, who is this guy? Why are we talking about this guy who has like 130 followers? Well, the reason why we're talking about this guy, for those of you who don't know, who are just getting in here, it's because he got in a shootout with the police and ended up dying. And this is his final message, besides the tweets he made afterwards.
I'm here. My name is Stephen Regini. I am a resident of Maine, and I had the cops called on me. A SWAT team showed up, and I'm now engaged in a shootout. My state has been the #1 abortion and gay rights state in the entire country, and I've been segregated against for my beliefs. Now they're trying to arrest me simply because I do not believe in gay rights and abortion, which is the #1 state of Maine right now.
No, his weed company did not make a statement. Stop. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Donald Trump weed did not make a statement. You're lying to me. No, they did not.
What they do, they're an abortion mill. So I'm here. I'm in a shootout with the state of Maine right now. That's what they do. They're an abortion mill. So I'm here. I'm in a shootout with the authorities who are protecting the rights of doctors to murder babies. And they are protecting the rights of children to be ripped out of the womb and killed. I'm here with my baby daughter, who they're also trying to take away. And
his daughter is 4 weeks old, by the way. His daughter is 4 weeks old.
I assure you that I am not the aggressor here. They tried to arrest me. They tried to tase me. They're trying to make me a criminal. They are trying to get me in trouble. They are trying to take me to jail for a long time for getting in an argument with my wife, which was a simple argument. I've spoke with her since. I love my wife. I love my daughter. I'm so grateful for all Claude has blessed me with. I'm grateful for my farm. I'm grateful for everything, all my friends and people who love me. And I'm sorry this had to happen.
It's not funny. It's not funny. But does it not sound like he said Claude? Does it? I think for all Claude has blessed me with, bless up Claude.
I'm so grateful for all Claude has blessed me with. I'm grateful for my farm. I'm grateful for everything, all my friends and people who love me. And I'm sorry this had to happen. I really am. But I'm backed into a corner with my political beliefs. I haven't been able to find a job in a year. And my entire life has been just struggling for existence, fighting Democrats and trying to stand up for my country. Let me ask you, if you're a law enforcement officer, why do you support the COVID vaccines? Why do you support abortion? Why do you support what isn't morally right? How are you fighting for a state system that protects illegal immigrants and pedophiles? Please explain this to me. Please explain to me why abortion is still legal in my state. Why are the babies dying? Why? Why is this illegal up till the time of conception? That's why I'm fighting. I'm fighting for the babies, I'm fighting for the unborn, and I'm fighting for righteousness and Christianity to be restored in this country. Christ is Lord, God bless, and I'm sorry to you, my parents. I love you, my parents. I love you, my wife. I love you, my daughter. I love you, all my beloved friends and business partners, and God bless you. I'm sorry it had to end this way.
And that's on Claude is crazy. And that's on Claude. Also, yes, he did say up to conception. Yes, he did. That is what he said. Why is it legal up to conception? Yes. So we're going to look at this, and then we're going to look at what the website statement is. He said, I have applied to be a law enforcement officer. Still no callbacks, LOL. How about military? All cops and military who got vaccinated and went along with the COVID hoax are cowards. Vaccines are made of dead fetal cells. You got you got an abortion in your arms, coward. I don't trust you. All right. That's so funny. Okay, let's see what his. And you may be wondering, why is he just holding a bag of seeds? It's because he has a company called Donald Trump Weed, where he has weed seeds. Chat, keep up, keep up. Hey, he's good though. True. My girl has an abortion in her arm too. Shout out her. This is the statement that Donald Trump Weed has made. Rip Steve, 1995 to 2025. Steve was a one-of-a-kind guy, stubborn as hell, driven by his beliefs, and always convinced that he was onto something big. He was passionate about freedom, self-sufficient, and the idea of making a mark on the world, whether people like it or not. He was one of our vendors who resonated with Donald Trump brand and supplied our seeds. At his best, Steve was the kind of guy who would give you seeds, a lecture on personal liberty, and an edible in a safe breath. At his worst, well, you've seen the headlines. Yeah, he's freaking dead. Rip bozo. Despite his struggles with mental health and on occasion emotional outbursts, his heart was in the right place. He deeply cared about his family, even if his way of showing it wasn't always perfect. We don't agree with how he handled the situation. The situation is him like physically abusing his wife, having the cops called on him after he kicked his wife out and stole their child, and then shooting a police officer, their dog, with his child, his 4-week-old child next to him, and then getting shot at and die. And we wish he would have gotten the help he needed instead of taking the path he did. We spoke with his wife, and despite all flaws, hardships, and advice they had, she told us that she wishes that he was still here. That says a lot, does it? She's 18. Also, his wife is 18 years old, by the way. 11 years younger than he is. Love him or hate him, Steve wanted people to grow their own. Bro, if that's the best you can say about somebody in your eulogy, love him or hate him, Steve wanted people to grow their own weed. And that says a lot. If there was one thing he'd want, it's for everybody to have cheap seeds and to stick it to the system in their own way. So we're just gonna offload the inventory at a discount, as low as 50 cents a seed. He was all about helping other poor farmers build their fortune. So if you want to start your cannabis growing empire, now's your chance. Use code RIPSTEVE for 50% off. Condolences to Steve's wife, daughter, parents, friends, and loved ones. We'll miss you, man. As Steve would say, hold on, let me fix this real quick. Because they made a mistake. As Steve would say, Claude bless. As Steve would say, Claude bless. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my freaking refresh. They just added a picture? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Bro, are they watching? Are they watching the stream? Ripped Stephen Riggini. Bro, it's like they're with us now. Bro. Bro. Listen, this situation is like it's still about some dude who had mental health issues, and a daughter who no longer has a father, and a wife who's now a widow. But like, Steve just gave us content, right? Steve gave us all one thing before he left this earth, right? To be with Claude. Claude bless. And that is, he gave us content. So they should have posted his freestyle. You know what? Out of respect for Steve, I'll play his freestyle. Okay? I will play his freestyle dedicated to Jesus. Pour one out for Steve.
Jesus, you are my Lord. I thank you for all you have done. I know that Christ, my Lord, carried the cross and his back. That's why I worship you. God bless the church, me and everyone in the pew. Christ, you are the Lord. Goodbye, soul.
Hashtag RIP Steve. Hashtag RIP Steve. Okay, let me finish this video I was showing you guys. Wait, did we finish this video? I can't tell if we finished it on the second watch around. Truly one of the talents of our generations. Claude Willing is crazy. In Claude Weed Crust. On Claude. Okay. We're just okay. What do we? I didn't even know. Where do you go from here? You know what I mean? I feel like we've talked about this entire story. We've covered everything that he's said and done so far that we could have found. Maybe like, where is that on the site? Is DonaldTrumpWeed.com/THCA seeds. Is it the end of politics? Yeah. Guys take advantage of that deal? True. True. Stop using Claude's name in vain. My bad. My bad. You're right. It's disrespectful to Steve, who's up there with Claude right now. Oh my goodness. I can't. Okay. 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 We're gonna call it. I did not expect to go on this huge tangent about this guy, but like the situation was too funny not to go over, bro. It was too funny. It was too funny. Like objectively. Objectively. Like, yeah. What is Oh, we didn't do the MILF video. I actually met the hot MILF from the ad. Dang it. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow we'll do the MILF video. But yeah. Thank you all for being here. That was we just had a crazy one. No 12-hour stream today. Cause I'm insanely tired. You see OTK, Kachi doing Nazis. To be fair, Kachi's not a part of OTK. I saw the LSF headlines. But yeah. In conclusion, like my tweets. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Like my tweets. And oh, we didn't even talk about like how Elon Musk is trying to get people like arrested for teaching them their rights, but that's the whole thing. Kachi stays out of pocket. I also saw a post saying that like Kachi and Nick are like officially dating or whatever. I don't know how I can't tell with these with those two. Like how many LSF threads are like actually accurate. Sakago would tell me, but I don't know where Sakago is right now. We will never know. I was claiming that USAID rigged the election and leftists don't exist. That's funny. We don't exist. We are. There's a Senate clip. What Senate clip? What does that even mean? She was being parasocial. I heard he said something on his Discord and deleted it after LSF started crying about it. What does Senna do? I don't frequent LSF chat. I was on LSF like maybe like a week ago because they had like a pirate software clip I wanted to see on it, but like that's about it. His twerk? No, I did not see any of the twerking stream. My girlfriend was over it. I couldn't let her catch me watching stuff like that. You know what I mean?
That is so cute. When I saw it, I thought, yeah, they friends though. At what point? You know what I mean? At what point? Is it farming or is it not? I don't even know. So I laughed when
How old is Nick?
I saw it because I said, oh, that's his friend. That's his friend, all right.
40?
That is so cute. When I saw it, I thought, yeah, they friends.
34? That's crazy. When do you think this like that era of streamers are going to retire? Because we haven't effectively gotten there yet, right? Like that era of streamers who are like around like mid 30s to like late 20s, who like got to that, you know, who are part of like the old guard. I mean, those first, well, yeah, those first wave streamers, like never completely until they quit. Well, my question is like, when do you think they're gonna quit? You know what I mean? Probably in their 60s. No, I think they'll slowly peter off. I don't think they're gonna be streaming at 45. How old is Co? That's a great question. I don't think they'll be streaming at 45. When this is Lou, they leave the VOD, here's the mirror. Yeah, I'm slightly curious. That's crazy. Co is 40. Oh, it's Co's time coming. Why not? Why not? What? Nobody said 5 years until his company went under. That's true. Well, also his company didn't technically all go under because off-brand's still kind of there. Imagine streaming at 45. I mean, people who are 45 streams. That's not a problem. But I think like this old guard of Twitch, like, you know, the OTK, Poggers community, like your Ledwigs, your Cuties, your Valkyrays, your Mizkifs, your NMPs, like, I feel like they're gonna retire soon. I think for like the like smaller streamers, like people who are like my size and like smaller, there's no retirement. It's just you quit and you go on to a different thing, right? We don't make enough money to like retire off of streaming money. But those people do, right? Those people do. You see the OTK Hitler salute? I did see it. On the other tab. You know what I mean? When you get to 30, you realize it feels a lot like 20. Why would you retire? Because they're freaking millionaires. And streaming is like rough on the body, chat. Streaming is rough on the body. Why would you spend 9-10 hours of your day sitting in front of the screen when you could, if you could, have like a business do the work for you? You know what I mean? You can see he's so rough. Oh, Lion Cactus is here again. This is the Ethan stan. One can say it's harder than 9 to 5. 100%. Definitely harder than a 9 to 5 job, bro. So much harder than the 9 to 5. You can't say nope. I remember your name. I remember everybody's name. Let me pull the logs up. I will pull the logs up. There's like a max of 20. You and 24 Hassan 33. And there's some Texas team 27, 28. Ethan's 55. Anyway. Has Weasley done his homework yet? Weasley's unblocked. I untimed him out. He hasn't come back in here yet. Unfortunate, but we'll give him some time. We'll give him some time. Hold his Northern Lion. 20. Ethan just making excuses for debating Hassan. Like new excuses after like saying Hassan needs to watch my video first. Anyway, I'm calling YouTube chat. All right, bye YouTube.